Just give me 1 second. I'm trying to pull up the agenda at my end. My computer is still waking up.
All right.
Must have been late last night. I'm ready to begin whenever the city's ready.
Kristen, are you on yet? I think we're waiting for Kristen, Mr. Davis.
Okay, let me know.
I do not see her on yet, Arlene.
Thank you.
So it's not going through.
Hello?
Good morning.
Hello?
Good morning.
Hello.
Yeah, you're on. You're live.
Okay, I think she's there.
And just a quick reminder to everybody on the call, we ask that you please mute your video and microphone until your case is being heard by the magistrate. Thank you.
Are we ready?
I know Kristen was trying to get some more documents over to you, and then she was trying to sign on.
I'm ready.
Are we good? I'm not clear if the city's ready to begin yet or not.
Kristen Woody was trying to get some more documents over to you, and then she was trying to sign on. So Kristen Woody, are you on yet? I do not see her yet, Mr. Magistrate.
I don't see her signed in yet.
Okay. City code.
Good morning, all. Let me just say, if you're here for the 11:30 hearing for lien reductions, you do not have to be on the 9 o'clock hearing. Once again, if you're here for a lien reduction, you do not need to be here until 11:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique.
You're welcome. Here's Kristen. Good morning. We can't hear you. Hit the unmute button, Kristen.
Can you hear me now?
We hear you now.
There you
Yep.
go.
Okay. Sorry about that, guys.
Good morning. That's okay. We're going to listen to the building cases first.
All right, so if we're ready, let me go ahead and call this hearing to order. Good morning, everybody. My name is Keith Davis. I'm the special magistrate appointed to preside over today's City of West Palm Beach code enforcement agenda. It's September 16th, 2020. It's a little after 9 o'clock. My clock says 9:08. And let me go ahead. Let me go ahead and swear in the city officers who are going to be testifying today. I've got, it's like I've got you all up on my screen. So if you'll all please raise your right hands. Do each of you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I think the easiest way to swear in respondents or other witnesses will be kind of as we go. So let's, as Monique indicated, let's go ahead and begin with, I guess, the building service cases. Or whichever case you need to call first. Let's go ahead and begin.
Jason, you online? Okay, matter number 1, CE 2003-0427, 421 Roseland Drive.
Tom Moore, I'm here.
Go ahead whenever you're ready, Mr. Moore.
Well, this is 2 buildings on this property, single family in the front, multifamily in the rear. They've been working without permit, and it's been red tagged in March of this year, March 26th, again on 7/17, and then again on 8/6 of this year. They continue to work. They've applied for permit in April, but it has not proceeded through plan review. We posted it on 9/16 of this year, and it's all trades: mechanical, plumbing, building, electrical, and roofing. We'd like we'd recommend 30 days to pull all the needed permits or $100 a day.
Is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case? All right, so you red tagged the building, posted it. Was there any certified mail on this one?
Yes, it was returned.
Okay. But you did post it, so that covers the return. I will find proper notice, even though the respondent is not present. I've reviewed the photographs and heard the testimony. Based on that, I will make a finding that the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow an additional 30 days for compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Mr. Magistrate, does that include getting the permit and the inspections, or just
That was
getting the
my-
permits?
But let me clarify. Based on the testimony, I think in this case it's getting. Well, let me ask Mr. Moore. Is it? Can
30
the
days,
inspection?
30 days to acquire the permits, because then they'll be good for 6 months. They'll have time to get their inspections.
That'll take it out of code enforcement and put it under the building department.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Matter number 2, CE 2005-0005, 816 LA Kirksey Street.
Yes, good morning. This is Richard Burnell, Building Inspector, Development Services. In reference to 816 LA Kirksey, red tag was issued April 27th of this year. Certified mail was sent out August 24th. The violation, it started out being just the windows were installed without a permit. And as I was there were other work being done on a building that's in the rear of the structure. And this has gone since April. So we're looking at probably 4 or 5 months since this has been going on.
Have they disregarded the red tag that was posted in April and they continue to work?
They've been corresponding with Robert Brown, and I guess we kept on giving him extensions, but I guess it got to the point where we're going to leave it up to the special magistrate to decide whether we should give him another extension or a $100 a day fine.
All right.
And I think I don't know if it's the owner, Asher.
Yeah. Good morning.
Corporation. Yeah, he's here.
All right. Well, let me hear. Who do I have here on behalf of the respondent?
My name is Asher Wazanan, and I am the owner's real estate broker. She asked me.
Hold on. Yep. I just need to find you real
Sure.
quick on my. I found you. There you are.
I think he'll be sworn in.
Yeah. Is it Asher Quaz?
It's OU Wazanan.
Wazanan. Thank you,
Yep.
sir.
No problem.
Let me go ahead and swear you in before we start talking. You
Okay.
swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead and tell me your name and address again, and then you can tell me about the case.
Sure. Asher Wazanan, address is 816 LA Kirksey Street, West Palm Beach. I don't recall the zip code off the top of my head.
That's okay.
Okay. It's a little bit more complicated than that. My client purchased this property from the bank back in, I believe, October, November. The place was in shambles. The windows were broken. There were squatters in there. There were feces. It was quite a bit of a mess. I sold the property to my client. She's an elderly lady from New York. It was a recommendation because the city was really coming around. And to make a long story short, she had hired some people to do some work on the house. Apparently, she was kind of taken advantage of. She had to stay in New York as Corona had settled in, and she was kind of hands off. Yes, I agree that apparently there was work that was done. without permits. I believe the contractor, as per the landlord, told me that everything was going to be done as per the law. She doesn't know too much. She trusted these people. In any event, as soon as we got the tag, I believe within a day or so, from me understanding that there was a red tag, I called Mr. Brunel, and I've been in contact with several city officials from that day. We were allowed 30 days to get things going to repair these issues, which I have done. I provided, and I provided hard copies of plans, revisions, whatever they asked of us within that 30 days. From that time on, I only received my revisions on August 10th. I think this is important to state because the ball was in the city's court, not our court. We did what we asked, what we were asked of. We responded. I have hundreds of, not hundreds, but many, many emails going back and forth, asking on how to move forward, if everything is right. We paid fees. We did everything we had to do. And we only got the revisions back on August 10th. So from the time that we provided the plans from the engineer and the permits, we only got a response, I believe August 10th. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but I know it was, I think it was August 10th. And I think that was the date that Mr. Brown had mentioned in one of the emails. So we, at that time, had to go back to the engineer and have him go through 7 pages of comments that needed to be revised, which I have provided last week and were uploaded to the portal. So we have been very reactive to anything that has been requested from the city. The way it seems here is that we've just ignored it, which is not the case. Nothing has been done since the red tag was placed. And Mr. Brunel can tell you that I have called many times. I have many emails with many of the officials there. So we are more than willing to do whatever needs to be done. But, you know, if it takes 3-4 months for them to come back to us with all these revisions, I need a certain amount of time because of COVID to get the engineer to go over all the revisions, which I did. And it only took me, you know, 3 weeks. That because the engineer was out of commission for a week or so, and I had to kind of chase him down to get this done. You know, everybody's overwhelmed. So I'm really doing everything I can with the landlord to comply. And I think we've been very reactive to this situation.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Brunel, do you have any input or comments on the issue of how the permit comments have been turned around and the revisions?
Well, as far as the comments, I'm not sure exactly when the first round of comments came out. It seems to me we would have had something sooner than 4 months, but I was trying to work with Asher to get it to the point where, you know, they actually had the permit, but again, they had to send in the other paperwork that was requested of them for the comments on the first application. So yeah, I guess it's taken that long for them to get it back.
Well,
I think that's where that's. I'm not sure exactly when and how many comments came back.
well, it sounds like there were quite a few comments, but it sounds like at this point they've been responded to and revisions have been sent back to the city. You know, I want to make sure work's not being done until the permits are issued. That's important. But I also want to, you know, assuming everybody's working forward in good faith, I don't want to set this up for failure either. I want to give adequate time to get the permit issued.
May I add something? May I add a comment, if it's okay? I don't know.
Go ahead.
So first of all, I would like to, Mr. Brunel can go at any time. The work that was going on was in the back building. We've boarded up the entire back building. It's a small 320 square foot building. He is welcome to go at any time. We would never, and I gave him my word, we would never do anything until this is resolved. So at any given time, I can give him the lockbox. He can go check as much as he wants. There's absolutely no issue with that. The other thing I would like to bring up is that on, and I don't know if this is something to bring up here or not, but there is a comment that was made as to the structure in the back, which was legally on the survey and was written up, described as a building. One of the comments were that it was a garage. In fact, it's not a garage. It was a storage or an office that was back there. So that is an uphill battle that I now have to speak with zoning about, or I don't know if this is something for here, because, I understand that everybody's backed up, that there's it's very difficult with Corona, but if it's taken me this long to get the initial revisions, the first round of revisions, please understand that it's probably going to take a little bit longer or just as long for them to come back to me with the new comments or new revisions.
Okay, so let me respond to that. So that issue is not before me today,
Okay,
but if the city is saying that structure has been converted into something it's not supposed to be, and that has to get straightened out, I agree that could take additional time. Here's what I think I'm going to do in this case. I am obviously going to find proper notice. I'm going to find that the property is in violation as cited. I'm going to allow 60 days to get this permit situation resolved. And hopefully that's enough time to resolve the zoning issue as well. If you get to the point where you're getting close to that 60 days and it does not look like the permits are going to be issued, I would like to have this on as a status hearing before that 60 days expires, just to see what's going on and why it's still pending. So Kristen, can you figure out how to structure that order?
I sure can. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so very much.
And then if fines need to be assessed, that we'll deal with that at the status hearing. But I'm not going to rule on any fines today. We'll just say 60 days. Either it'll be in compliance or it'll be back on the agenda for the status hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brunel.
No problem.
Matter number 9, CE 1908-0405-930 Begonia Road.
Yeah, this is Philip Petty, Chief Electrical Inspector. Hang on.
Bill, somebody around you has their speaker up and it's causing some echo.
How about now?
Hello. Oh, sí, es ese. Entonces, no sé.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, we got you, Phil.
Cool, thank you. This is Philip Petty, City of West Palm Beach Chief Electrical Inspector. Dan Kempa, one of my employees, found the job was, they were doing work without a permit over the weekend. And we got notice on 8/27/20. And then we posted it on 9/1/20. So that would be our service. And we've done a couple extensions on this one. And
I'm sorry, you found what, Mr. Petty? I didn't hear what you found. A couple of what?
we put a couple of extensions on here to give them more time to comply.
Okay, thank you.
And we're finally got to the point that we had to take it to the special match. And they've applied for the permit in February, and nothing's happened since. It's got to the point now that they need the product approval for the shutters to get past plan review, and then it stopped at that point, and nothing further's happened.
So there's not even any back and forth correspondence?
No,
Nothing since February. Okay. Is what is your recommendation in this case?
30 days, $100 thereafter.
Do we have anybody present today on behalf of the respondent for this case?
Yes, hello. Ya, dile que yo estuve tratando de buscar. Hello,
What is your name, ma'am?
Marisela Herrera.
All right, I gotta find you.
She does not have her video on right now, Magistrate.
Oh,
Okay, I need video turned on and I need to place her under oath if she's going to talk to me.
¿verdad?
¿Está aquí?
Ya. Oh, ok.
She's there now.
Ya estoy. Sí, no te preocupes. Ellos lo que están enseñando otras cosas.
Ok.
I'm sorry, I'm still not finding her.
Dice que la recomendación es que te dan 30
Yeah,
días
I'm
para
going to stop, Kristen, I'm going to stop your share or whoever's sharing for a moment because I can highlight the applicant.
¿Leíste? ¿Qué dice?
See her now?
Oh, good morning.
Es que no tengo.
Espérate, ellos te pueden oír todo.
All right, ma'am, I'm going to need to put you under oath before you talk to me. If you could raise your right hand.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but my mother does not speak a lot of English, and I'm here to interpret if that is okay.
Let me place you under oath. You can kind of get into the screen. Good
Hello.
morning.
Good
All right, if you
morning.
can raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that you will truthfully translate from is it Spanish?
I swear.
From Spanish to English and English to Spanish for your mother?
I swear.
Thank you very much. Go ahead and tell me your name and address, please.
My name is Diana Venerio, and my address is 930 Bignonia Road, West Palm Beach, Florida, 33440.
So the code enforcement officer has testified about the work being done without a permit. Can you have your mom tell me what's going on with all this?
Él quiere saber qué es lo que está pasando porque dice que el supervisor electricista, ese que está hablando ahora, dice que había trabajo aquí hecho sin un permiso.
Yo no sabía que había que pedir permiso y después no encontraba un electricista registrado como para poder hacer el trabajo.
She did not know that she needed a permit, and then when she found out, she could not find an electrician that was registered to actually get it done.
Cuando ya terminé, cuando ya al fin lo encontré, vino el problema del COVID-19, que no se podía sacar el permiso, y bueno, ahora fue que ya logré hacerlo.
When she finally was able to find an electrician, the problem of COVID-19 happened, and now is finally when she was able to get a permit done.
Can you still hear me? I lost your video picture.
I still see you.
Oh, there you are. You're back. Well, so the permits are going to have to be obtained. The city is suggesting that you be given an additional month to get the necessary permits before any additional work is done and before any fines get assessed. Do you think you can get your contractor to get the permits? Because I think it's more than just electrical based on what I've heard. There may be some other non-electrical issues that require permits as well.
She has just stated, Your Honor, that she already has all the permits done. They just have not been filed. ¿Ya lo sometieron?
Sí, ya está esperando.
Yeah, the city has indicated that they were applied for, but they still have to be, you have to actually get them issued. You have to take the next step and actually get them.
Okay, dice que le hicieron una aplicación, pero que no han hecho los permisos todavía, no están hechos. Son unas aplicaciones nada más. Entonces, ¿tú estás esperando por los permisos?
Es que yo tengo aquí ya los números del permiso, pero no me responde la persona que está haciendo los permisos para yo saber qué tiempo se demora.
She said that she is still waiting to see how long it takes for the permits to go through, because porque la aplicación ya tú la pusiste, ¿verdad?
Sí, ya la aplicación, yo tengo el número y todo.
She has the number of the application.
let me go back to Mr. Petty and ask based on what you know about the status of the permit applications, what needs to be done to actually get these permits issued that need to be issued?
The permit is issued for the electrical work for the water heater. The building permit needs some specifications for the plan review of the shutters for the doors and windows. And the mechanical change out looks like it has been signed off and closed. So we're left with the building that needs some plan revisions for the shutters and the doors and windows. That one was, that plan review was failed 2/21, and then it failed again on 9/14. They did most of the corrections the second time around, and they're only left with one line item on the plans for the shutters.
Well, it
So
sounds
they're
like this
close.
is pretty.
They're very
sounds like
close.
this is pretty close then.
Yes, sir.
It sounds like you folks are pretty close to getting the permits issued. So
That's why it was 30 days.
I think that should be plenty of time. All right, ma'am, is there anything else you'd like to tell me on this case?
Algo más dice que te van a dar 30 días para hacer los permisos.
Yo quisiera saber cuánto más o menos se demora porque no.
She wants to know how long it takes the permits to be issued, so that if she has enough time in 30 days.
Well, based on what the city is telling me, there's not very much left to do to get the outstanding permit issued. I think 30 days should be plenty of time.
Dice él que ya casi no queda nada que tengan que arreglar y que 30 días debería ser suficiente tiempo para que arreglen lo que tienen que arreglar para que te den el permiso.
Pero lo que yo no entiendo es que si con la electricidad yo puedo hacer el trabajo de la electricidad ya sin que me den la autorización.
She wants to know if she can do the electrical work now without having the authorization so that she can get the permit.
Positively.
I'm sorry, Mr. Petty, I didn't hear what you said.
Positively. The electrical electrical permit stands alone. So if
Okay.
they got that permit issued, they can call a final on that.
Okay, so it sounds like that permit, yes, that's separate from the shutter permit, and you can take care of that right away.
Dice que sí, que eso es diferente. Lo puedes hacer ahora ya.
La electricidad.
Sí. Eso es diferente de las ventanas.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, then in this case, I am going to find proper notice. The respondent is present at the hearing. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I do find the property remains in violation as cited. I'm going to accept the city's recommendation in this case, allow an additional 30 days for the outstanding permits to be issued, which will bring this into compliance. If that does not happen, there will be daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Matter number 10, CE19110325, 4300 Spruce Avenue.
Yeah, this is Philip Petty, City of West Palm Beach, Chief Electrical Inspector. We had service. We posted it on 9/1 and it was delivered on 8/27. So we've got good service. And the red tag was for doing work without a permit. We got some pretty extensive pictures and such. As far as the permit, they applied, but at this point, the contractor certification is not valid anymore. His state registration is expired, and they still haven't even. We can't even get the plans through because without a licensed contractor, everything just kind of came to a stop.
So new windows, new doors without permits?
Yes, sir. The red tag was originally written for interior remodel. So that's the whole inside as well.
You're recommending 30 days to get the permits and then, or $100 a day?
Yes, please.
Do we have anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case? It does not appear I do. However, with the certified mail and the posting, the city has proper notice. Based on the testimony and the evidence that I've viewed, I will make a finding that the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation for 30 days to get the required permits and daily fines of $100 per day thereafter.
Thank you.
Matter number 11, CE 19010246, 765 Newark Street.
Good morning, Mr. Davis. My name is Rory Rowan. I'm appearing for, I am the owner of 765 Newark Street.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rowan. I'm going to hear from the city's inspectors, and then I'll come back to you in just a moment.
Thank you.
My name is Luis Crespo. I am the person with this citation. I originally cited it, but I see that they pulled the permit for an application yesterday. So it is starting to move forward. All I require for the permit to be executed and inspections to be done.
Do you have a sense for the time frame it'll take to get the permit issued and the what are we talking about here? Is it the fence that I'm looking at the photograph of there?
It's a window and 2 doors that we're looking for.
Okay.
Window in the back that was replaced.
I see. All right, Mr. Crespo, do you have a recommendation on a remedy in this case?
Yes, I would give them 60 days to get the permits issued because we are a little behind on building. We got 2 inspector plan reviewers down, but we're planning to catch up on that too. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Crespo. Let me go back to Mr. Rowan. I'm going to need to swear you in, sir, before we chat. So if you'll raise your right hand. You swear or affirm under penalties of perjury, your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead and tell me your name and address so that the record has that, and then you can tell me about
my name is Rory Rowan. The address is 515 North Flagler Drive, Suite P300, West Palm Beach, 33401.
Thank you, sir.
These repairs, in actuality, I don't know what other door Mr. Crespo was talking about, but I will discuss the matter with him. The front door was replaced because it was rotting and unsafe. The rear kitchen window was replaced because the glass had been broken by some kids and the glass was in danger of falling into the kitchen sink. So I did replace both of those things. I did speak to Mr. Crespo about this a while back. It has been pending for a while. I do admit that. I spoke to him about this a while back. He mentioned the fence repair also, but in fact, we did not put in a new fence. All we did was change the pickets on the fence. And I think that issue has been resolved to his satisfaction. I also spoke with a planner, Doug, in the planning department. And my impression at the time was that no permit was needed. I checked section 105.2 of the building code, and that reads, building permits are not required for replacement or repair work having a value of less than $1,000. What we have here is a front door from Home Depot for $159 and a window for $300. So we have $450 approximately of repairs. So I was under the understanding that section 105.2 did not require me to get a permit. I did meet with Mr. Petty. He was very gracious in meeting with me, and he explained that the city's position is that a door affects the structural integrity. So it's not really that big of a deal to get a permit. I'll go ahead and get one. I'm a licensed contractor and I've dealt with the city many times. There's not a problem dealing with this city. Most people in the city are very gracious and it's very easy to deal with them. And I have applied for the permit and we'll move forward in that regard. I think 60 days may be enough, but after hearing your first participant talking about, you know, delays of 4, 5, and 6 months, I thought maybe 90 days might be more appropriate rather than to clog your docket with just a repeat of this same thing in 60 days.
That's fine
All
with,
right. Beg your pardon.
that's
Mr.
fine with
Crespo?
me. I have no issue with that, sir.
You have no objection to a 90-day compliance window?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, given that, then I likewise do not object to that. I'm happy to do the 90 days, Mr. Rowan.
Thank you.
All right. Just so the record's clear, I do find proper notice Mr. Rowan is present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find property remains in violation as cited, but I will allow 90 days for compliance, meaning obtaining the required permits. And then that'll be out of code enforcement and under the building department. If the 90-day deadline is not met, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. I'll tell you, Mr. Rowan, the same thing I told previous respondent. If it looks like you're getting close to that 90 days and you need more time, I don't mind having a status hearing on this and asking for more time.
Okay, thank you very much. And
Yep.
and I'll speak to Mr. Crespo about the discrepancy with the other door. My understanding is just one door and one window, but I will speak to him separately from this matter. And I appreciate your understanding, Mr. Crespo.
Thank you.
Matter number 12, CE 1906-0245, 3715 Merrill Avenue.
This is Luis Crespo. I am also one of my cases. This was originally cited a while back, and I spoke to the homeowner and he told me he would work on it. Nothing happened, but since I got no response, someone else came by and cited him for the doors and windows. So I was asked to go back out and recite it and put everything into one citation. After the fact, the code enforcement, Sonia Binns, has taken over for the citation, which is work in the front of the house that requires a pavement and all parking spaces and all that. So zoning is doing that. So what I'm going after right now, which other inspector wrote up a violation and it's not present, but it's the windows and doors.
I see from the pictures, there's a lot going on, but the only violation before me is installing windows and doors without a permit.
Correct.
Okay.
The other violation is done by code enforcement, which is the outside pavement of the driveways.
Did you say that permits had been applied for at this point or not?
No, sir.
No, they have not. How do we get notice for this case?
Posted it, send mail, but I think I got something back that they didn't receive it. I believe the gentleman's online.
So you sent certified mail, it was returned, but you posted the property as well. I see the photograph of the posting. All right, do I have anyone here on behalf of the respondent?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I see you're under the screen name of Melissa Suarez.
Yes, Melissa Suarez is my wife, and actually, this is her maiden. I don't know if you guys may want to update that in your stuff. The name is Pena. It's P-E-N-A.
And what is your name, sir?
My name is Alain. It's A-L-A-I-N. Last name is Pena as well. P-E-N-A.
All right, Mr. Pena, let me go ahead and place you under oath before we continue.
Sure.
Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Hi, how are you to all? Mr. Davis, Mr. Crespo, how are you? I have, yes, Mr. Crespo did violate the property. I want to go into a long thing of details, but this property we purchased in 2007, and it was a rental property. Um, Unfortunately, due to financial circumstances, we didn't live in that property. We lived in a house in Wellington, which was foreclosed on in January, and we were forced to move back to this property, um, of which the tenants that were there were not very good and kind of destroyed the place a little bit. So when Mr. Crespo kind of got involved in the violation, I did remove the driveway, and I removed fencing that apparently was there when we purchased the house, but I think somebody at some point, I believe 2004, pulled a permit for, but they never closed the permit, or I'm not sure exactly what. Anyhow, I did rip the drive. Um, I was not aware of the window and door situation because they were existing when we purchased the home. There's a young lady by the name of Rachel Sargent, I think. She was trying to help me in this situation with the windows and doors, but I forget what it's called, the code on the windows themselves, a manufacturer code or something like that for the hurricane. They couldn't even find those in the computer. They were back from like 2005. So it kind of just got stagnant. And then we had the Corona thing. And I have email communications back and forth with Miss Rachel, but really nothing came from that. And I guess the people that manufactured the windows are no longer in business. So we were unable to get any further information from them except the number that comes up in your system, or it's not even in your system, it's prior to 2005, I believe. As far as the driveway, this driveway I've removed because about 6 or 7 years ago, the city had to do a repair of some kind of water line, or I'm not sure exactly what it was. It was out in the street, but it did come into my property. And by the time I got home, they had already cut the driveway and they patched it. They should have replaced it, but they patched it. And then the patch that they did sank. So it just became unsafe. You know what I mean? It sank down like 12 inches. So there was just like a dip in the driveway. And then it was when I figured going back to the house now, the people that were living there before were not using the driveway. So it wasn't really a big deal. But as I removed the fence, I didn't want anybody getting hurt. So I removed everything. Since then, we've put sod down. And honestly, I really didn't want to apply for a permit to redo the driveway because I really can't afford to do that right now. So it was cheaper just to put sod down, and that's what we have now. We just park the cars in front of the house on the street. So I mean, I'm not opposed. I think the violation says something about dust in the air or something like that. I'm not exactly sure. But there is no dust in the air. There is actually grass there now, and I actually put like little palm trees or whatever in front. I'm not opposed to putting a driveway, but I really didn't want to do that right now, only because of the fact that I can't afford to do that work. And as far as the windows and doors go, I guess I'll move forward with permitting somehow. I'm not sure, how if the manufacturer codes on those windows, and I'm not sure how that's going to work out.
All right, well, thank you for all that. Let me go back to Mr. Crespo. So the agenda item that we're on right now speaks about the driveway. 109.4, work without a permit, exterior alteration, driveway requires a dust-free surface. City Code Chapter 94, Section 94-482. And then it also mentions the windows and doors. So it looks like the driveway and the windows and doors are part of this agenda item.
And honestly, when I removed the driveway, I'm sorry to interrupt, but when I removed the driveway, I didn't think I needed a permit to remove the driveway. I mean, I know you need a permit to install one, but not to remove it, especially if it was dilapidated. You know what I mean?
Let me ask Mr. Crespo to respond to that question.
There's also a code violation, which Ms. Sonia Benz has a court case on it, CE 2002-0016, and I spoke to Mitch Posner, and he's going to have her deal with that part of these fines. So I'm only going after the windows and doors. So if he gets permits for the windows and doors, it suffices for this case on my part.
All right, so Mr. Pena, I guess there's a driveway issue, but the city is telling me that they're not seeking any kind of sanction against you or fine today as part of this case. It sounds like there may be another code enforcement case, but I'm not sure what's happening with that. But it's the city's not asking me to rule on the driveway, only on the windows and doors. So if we could, let's focus on the windows and doors. How long can you think you can get that permit turned around in the next 30 days?
I would, I mean, I don't want you to think that I'm asking for more time to extend this due to the current situation with the whole corona. I've had to take a job on the West Coast in Tampa with the company I work for. It was either that or being laid off. So I'm gone from the house I leave on Sunday night to Tampa, and I come back on Friday evening, and I see my kids on Saturday and Sunday.
I see.
So it's, I mean, I can request a day off. I'm not sure, you know, I can't really afford to take that much time off for work. So I would like to probably request a little bit more time so I can kind of get familiar with how I'm going to move forward with the windows and doors, considering the whole thing with the manufacturer numbers or whatever that are not, they're outdated in the system.
All right. Well, I've given some additional time in earlier cases today. Do you think 60 days would be a reasonable time frame? 2 months?
I would really appreciate that, sir, and I thank you for that. And may I also ask, I'm not sure what you said just a few minutes ago, some other violations of what is some code enforcement?
It sounds like there's the building department opened this case that we're talking about today. And even though it mentions the driveway, the city is not proceeding today about the driveway. They're only looking at the windows and doors.
Okay.
It sounds like that they're dealing with the driveway separately, and that there may be a separate code enforcement case that is not before me today.
Well,
So
I'm sorry.
I'm not finding you in violation on the driveway today. I'm not doing anything about the driveway based on what the city is asking me to do, which isn't to say that issue is going away. It just means
Right.
I'm not dealing with it today. So I don't know what the city's position is going to be on the driveway, but by all means, stay in touch. I don't know if with Mr. Crespo, whoever you've been talking to, stay in touch with them, because the issue's not going away, but it's not being dealt with today.
Right. I will probably have to get in touch with Mr. Crespo, because the young lady that I was dealing with, I reached out to her last week to see if there was a way I could maybe try to stop this from going to the hearing or resolve it. But I did not get a response from her until Monday. And apparently she has changing positions or moving out of state or something. So she told me she was moving to Wyoming. So I'm not sure who's gonna, you know.
Yeah, I don't know either, but stay in touch. If it's not Mr. Crespo, I'm sure he can put you in touch with the correct person if people are moving around. That happens. But for today, I will on the windows and the door violations. You are here. I am going to find that the city had proper notice. I'm going to find that the property remains in violation as cited for the windows and door work without a permit. I'm going to give you the additional 60 days to get those permits to bring this into compliance, and thereafter daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved. All right, thank you, everybody, on this one.
One more question, if I may, sir.
Yeah.
on the driveway itself, I know this is not before you today. I thought this was what we were discussing today, but am I obligated to put a driveway, or can I just keep the sod? Or
I don't know, Mr. Crespo. Maybe you could speak with Mr. Pena offline.
I would
and,
get with the code officer, Sonia Benz, if she's also online too. Maybe she can answer that for him, or he can contact her.
Yeah, if you guys can speak outside of this hearing on that question as soon as possible, that would be appreciated.
okay,
Thank you very much.
thank you. Louis,
Yes.
Yep.
hey, can I
You guys are still in the hearing.
Still in hearing.
how do you
Can
that
you,
off?
can you provide him your telephone number and take this outside of the hearing, please?
Yes, can I give him my phone number now?
Go ahead.
It's 561-234-6587.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Moving to matter number 21, CE 2001-0498-4343 North Australian Avenue.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Attilio Belisle, plumbing inspector for the city of West Palm Beach. I initially cited the property back in January 27th of 2020 for work without a permit. We received several permits since then. We received the mechanical, the residential remodel, electrical, everything except for the irrigation permit has been applied for. We posted the notice, obtained proper posting on site and via certified mail. City's requesting 30 days to obtain an irrigation permit. After that, $50 a day.
All right. Do I have anybody present on behalf of the respondent for this case? All right. It does not sound like I do. I will find proper notice, though, with the certified mail and the posting. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited for failure to obtain the irrigation permit. I'll allow the additional 30 days to comply by obtaining that irrigation permit. Thereafter, daily fines of $50 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Matter number 23, CE 20020309 Park Place.
Attilio Belisle, plumbing inspector for the city of West Palm Beach. I initially cited the property February 18th of 2020 for demolition work being done without proper permits. Since then, they've received all the permits except for a plumbing permit to cap off the sewer and water lines, as you see in these photos. We received proper notice, certified mail, and we posted on site. City's requesting for 30 days to obtain a plumbing permit for the cap off of the plumbing. After that, $100 a day.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Belisle. Do I have anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case? It does not sound like I do, but I will find proper notice with the certified mail and the posting. Based on the evidence and the testimony, I'll find the property remains in violation as cited. Accept the city's recommendation, allow an additional 30 days to obtain the plumbing permit to cap off those utility lines, and thereafter daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 24, CE 20040078, 401 28th Street.
Attilio Belisle, plumbing inspector for the city of West Palm Beach. I initially cited the property on April 14th of 2020 for interior work being done without a permit or inspections. We obtained proper service by certified mail and posting on site. They've applied for and obtained several permits, including the residential remodel, electrical, but unfortunately, they still need an additional plumbing permit and electric permit for the additional work that was performed. All permits within 7 days or $150 a day.
Do we have anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case?
Hello, that is me. I'm Anna Song. Hello, Attilio. Nice to meet you in person.
Yeah, I gotta find you. What is your name again, ma'am?
Anna Song, and I'm the owner.
All right, I'm having trouble finding you.
Don't worry, I'm here though.
Oh, there you are. I just found you. Okay, let me go ahead and swear you in if you'll raise your right hand.
Yep.
Swear or affirm under penalties of perjury, your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, Ms. Song. Go ahead and, for the record, say your name again and your address, and then you can tell me about the case.
My name is Anna Song, and the address is 401 28th Street.
All right, go ahead.
So just so I understand, because I want to make sure everyone understands that we always want to comply, and we've actually pulled multiple permits, and I thought we were doing everything exactly as to code and as to requirements. So we had the pool, we have a pool and a fence that has also been permitted. We had the interior, just like Attilio said, we had an interior remodel permit. We also had the GC plans for the architectural plans permitted, and everything was going as clockwork. I will share that my mother passed away from COVID at about April, March, at the end of March. So I've been pretty much level during that period of time, and I've not been able to go down and see what's been happening. I don't live in Florida right now, and so everything has been going through mail, and I've had a partner helping to basically take over everything since the end of March. And we've actually, one of the main issues I think that's transpired is all work, first of all, ceased as soon as we received notice that we didn't have a proper permit for the work. We stopped work immediately. So we're basically not making, it's such an inconvenience just in terms of not having work being completed. So the house is empty, and we are trying to get the permits pulled. What has now transpired is the person who was supposed to have the electrical and the plumbing permits authorized and put through, we finally had to give up on them. They did continue to tell me, oh, it's all been processed, everything is going as planned, the delay is with the town, and that is clearly not the case. I think the last conversation, Attilio, you spoke with my partner, Ken, we realized that that is not the case. So we've now reshifted, and we have to have a new plumber and a new electrical person. And we've now changed, we have a change in contractor submission. I'm learning all of this from scratch. So that has already happened. Everything is coming to me out of state. I have to notarize it, mail it back. And I will share with you that the postal has been a total nightmare, where we've sent things in mail, never gets there. We've even been certified. It doesn't seem to get there. And now we are resorting to FedEx in order for mail to actually arrive. And so everything has been taking so much longer, and it's so much more difficult being not there in person. In the past, whenever we've done permits, I physically have gone in and to the office So it's now very different. We want to comply. We want to get this done as quickly as possible. But where we stand right now is we've had to change the electrics. And so we now have a new electric company who is in the process of doing that change in contractor submission. Once that's approved, then they will process the electric permit, but we're still scrambling to look for a plumbing person. And so this has definitely been more difficult than we had imagined just from the delays. But I assure you, we are very motivated to try and get this in place since we want to finish up our work as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Song. Mr. Bilal, is there a reason that you're asking for a significantly shorter period of time for compliance in this case compared to others we've talked about?
The difference in this case as in others is that there's been no forward progress as far as the plumbing and electric goes. The electrical was modified extensively in this interior of this unit, and the plumbing was modified, but there has been no forward progress in any of the permitting for this property. After hearing her testimony, Your Magistrate, I can go ahead and issue an extension if you would agree to it of 30 days to obtain all permits, and after that, $150 a day.
Yeah, I think 30 days is definitely more reasonable than the 7. I agree with that. Ms. Song, you said you've got your new electric contractor. You're going to need to get a new plumbing contractor.
I think I'm going to need more. And I honestly, if it were up to me and it was all things that I'm able to control, I would say 30 days would be sufficient. But just the way things are going, where everything seems to be so much more delayed, and I don't even have a plumber yet, I'm still trying to get someone to come out and give me a quote and get all of that finalized, and everything has to go through mail. I would really appreciate as much time as possible. I'm not even supposed to be back at work, quite frankly, but I'm going to try and get everything in order. As much as 90 days would be really helpful, because I want to make sure everything is done. I might have to fly down to Florida in order to try and find someone, and I can do that maybe by the end of October. To physically get someone to start this process for the plumbing. But I think it's going to be really hard unless I have 60 to 90 days ideally.
All right. I'm going to find proper notice in this case. Ms. Song is present. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I am going to find the property remains in violation as cited. I understand this has been going on since April, but I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to give you the 60 days, Ms. Song, but I really don't want to see this back. I need you to get it. I need you to get it done in the 60.
Thank you so much. I'll be in touch with you, Attilio, and I'm going to try and move this forward as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And I will accept the city's recommendation on the $150 per day if the 60 days is exceeded. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving to matter number 5, CE 2008-0240-325 Executive Center Drive, Unit A101.
Oh, did you hear your?
Magistrate, are you ready, sir?
Yes, sir.
Mitch Posner, West Palm Beach Code Enforcement Supervisor. To be clear, while A101 is the main mailing address for this, it's actually for the entire complex. It's not just for that unit.
Okay.
This case was, notification was sent certified mail and regular mail on August 24th, posted to property in City Hall August 27th. Property was cited for a number of violations: 105.1, 110.1, 18100, 18102-3, 18102-4, 18103-B, 18103-C, 18103-E, 18103-F, 18103-I, 18103-J, 18106-A, 18162-A, 18211B, 1895C, 2232A, 7434A1H, 7434A1J, 744A3, 94302A4, 94315-A, 94485-B1E, 9471-C, and Florida Building Code 307.2.1. The only thing that's been complied so far was 18-100, which was egress of the stairwells. The items stored there have been removed. As you see, there's a host of violations. Some of them, not the large predominant amount of them, some of them were serious issues. We'll be asking for less time on those. The others are more cosmetic. And we'll be giving a great deal of leeway on that, but there'll be more information to come on that. We have a number of people that wish to be heard on this. When you're ready, starting with one of our city administrators, Armando Fana.
Okay, let's see. I need to find. Mr. Fana, there you are. Can I go ahead and swear you in, sir?
Sure.
Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. If you can state your name and your position with the city, and then you can give me your testimony.
Sure. Armando Fana, Assistant Administrator with the City of West Palm Beach. So I just wanted to add a footnote for the record on this property. The city, through its Department of Housing and Community Development, has been working with the owner who recently took over as the management agent at the property as well, because this property is a affordable elderly property that was previously had a HUD use agreement, which expired over a year ago. There is no longer a requirement that this property be maintained as affordable. The rents are unsustainable in its current state and need substantial rehabilitation. So we have been working with the ownership group on trying to find resources in order to be able to do the substantial rehabilitation that is needed on this property and preserve the affordability of it. It is a fairly precarious situation. We have been working with them, and they've recently, and I've helped them reach out with HUD. I have a relationship with the Department of Housing and Urban Development because I used to be an employee there, a director there. And so we are trying to help them, accommodate them with getting
watching it on the computer.
Get this property up to the standards that it needs to be. But it is a work in progress, and it is something that we are trying to preserve the affordability on.
It's not on Zoom. Just click the link that Karen sent.
I'm not sure we're getting some background audio that's interfering with the testimony. I'm not sure who that is. All right, thank you, Mr. Fana. I think I heard everything that you had to say. I appreciate your testimony.
Recording mode.
Okay, Magistrate, if I can continue.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The more serious issues had to do with the pest control and some mold issues. You'll be hearing from several of the residents of the property. There was one issue where a woman passed away. We don't know if there's a direct correlation between that and the mold. Toxicology report was not back from that yet. There was another issue with an elevator. There's pictures for that as well, where it was down for a while. A woman, basically, they had to call an ambulance for a woman because she had to get up the stairs with the walker, and it was too much of an exertion. Those are the serious issues that we'll want to deal with on a quick basis. Again, the cosmetic issues will be a separate matter. I guess we could start with Paul Turner, who is one of the residents there.
I'm looking for Mr. Turner. Paul Turner, I see there we have him. Looks like you're muted, Mr. Turner.
Yes.
There we go. Let me go ahead and place you under oath, sir. If you could raise your right hand. You swear or affirm under penalties of perjury, your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead and tell me your name again and your address, and then you can tell me about this case.
My name is Paul Turner. I'm a resident of Christian Manor. My address is 325 Executive 65.
Is there anything we can do to get his audio cleaned up? It's very.
That's coming from his side, Magistrate. Paul, maybe if you can hold the mic closer to your mouth.
Let me see. How's that?
Oh, that's much better. Much better.
Okay, I had to mute the video in order to.
That's okay.
Get better audio. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay. Okay, so I'll keep my comments brief, Mr. Davis. But as I said, my name is Paul Turner. I'm a resident here at Christian Manor. I've worked to organize the residents over the last 4 months. We organized for the purpose of improving the community. Our goal has been to stop the decline of the property. The vast majority of tenants here are elderly people. The vast majority, I'm one of the younger tenants. I'm a disabled veteran. But the people here are, as I said, they're elderly, retirees, disabled citizens on fixed incomes. These are not rowdy, rambunctious people by any means. And I just say that to say that they have not been trashing the place. These people do not trash this place. These people they're in their golden years. Many of them are too sick to even put excessive wear and tear on the property. And I feel like I need to say that and make that clear, because the response to our petition from the owner, from Bays Housing, from IDP Management, the response we got, it was an insult. It was insulting to us, and it basically blamed us for the problems. So I want to make that clear just right out the gate. We know that we have had a handful of disruptive tenants, which is why in our petition we asked that the management issue written warnings and take action on the reports concerning disruptive tenants. We realized that wasn't happening, and without management enforcing standards for Christian Manor, there can be no standards, and there have been no standards here. So I really want to, I think all I really need to do is point to one specific issue that best illustrates this ongoing problem here at Christian Manor. We had the lock on the main entrance of one of our buildings. It became inoperable in February of this year. It was finally fully repaired last week on the 11th of September. It took 6 months. It took a protest. It took a petition. And finally, it took the involvement of code enforcement to get that main entrance secured. But for 6 months, the building was accessible to anyone. And I think for anyone who lives in a gated community, that would be the equivalent of having your gate broken for 6 months. And I don't believe that would be acceptable to any of us here. So I just make that point to really illustrate the kind of dysfunction in management that's been going on here at Christian Manor. And really to add insult to injury, when the tenants, the tenants reported that when they inquire about repairs, they're met with hostility, they're met with reprimand, and this is one of the major issues here. We have our low-income seniors here are simply being robbed of their dignity. The management has made it clear that they are not accountable to us. In fact, the sentiment we got quite literally was, if you don't like it, you can move. This is what we got from the on-site manager, Miss Elena Tarobo. And that manager has created a climate of hostility and fear. So the tenants report this. This is, like I said, I've been working with them for months, and the tenants, there's a consensus that the management style, it's one of threats and intimidation, which is why we invited nearly 50 residents to today's proceedings, but no one showed up. People are afraid to speak up and speak out. And I think the owner, Mr. Ponte, he's well aware of the extreme behavior of his manager, of the egregious lack of professionalism, coming from his manager, yet he's done nothing about it. His only response was he's going to send her to some kind of sensitivity training. And for us, that's not acceptable. This is a woman who's been in the business 20 plus years. I don't think you can reform that. So really, I just want to make the point that we understand that a rehab takes time, but the necessary repairs, those should be getting underway immediately. We understand that everything takes time, but I think it's essential that the city keep the owners motivated, because they have a history of kicking the can down the road. And they've made it clear to us that they're not going to do anything that they're not legally required to do. And that includes even just basic courtesy for their tenants, because there's been no communication. And when we tried to get communication, we were met with hostility. So phased housing and IDP management has refused to create a cooperative relationship with the community that they serve. And I'll leave it at that, Mr. Davis. I know we have someone here from the health department, Miss Karen Smith. She may want to speak about what she saw when she came to Christian Manor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Turner. Mr. Posner, you have additional witnesses?
First, a question, Mr. Turner. You're saying none of the other residents are going to be speaking?
That's correct, Mr.
Okay.
Posner. They didn't show up.
Okay, all right, Magistrate, just to correct something that Mr. Turner just said, the health department will not be speaking on this case. Their involvement was they're the ones that contacted us in the first place. The initial inspection I conducted with them. I cannot speak to anything regarding tensions between residents and management because I wouldn't have been there for any of that. Our only experience was the day of that inspection when we talked to the manager who came to the door of the office area and didn't let us in. She declined to give us any contact information for the ownership. So that kind of hindered any communication, and it just waited till a notice of violation on the matter. The city's recommendation on all of these, again, 18100 was complied. Everything was removed from blocking the stairwells.
Mr. Posner?
Yes.
If I could just comment on that, the fact that you were not given any contact information for the ownership, that's exactly what the tenants have been experiencing really for years now. We didn't know who the management company was. We didn't know who the ownership was, no chain of command. We didn't even know the full name of the manager. Many of us didn't. So it's been like pulling teeth just to get information to find out who to talk to. But sorry to interrupt you. I'll let you continue.
I understand. Okay, so 18100 was complied. We'd like to give 45 days for 105.1, 110.1, 18102-4, 18103-I, 18211B, 1895C, and the rest 18 months. The rest is all cosmetic. The codes that I want the 45 days for, that deals with the mold issues, with the lights on the exit signs, pest control, the health, life, and safety issues.
And if either of those deadlines are breached, do you have a recommendation on daily fines?
$200 a day in both cases, sir.
All right. Do we have anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case? Who is?
Mr. Davis, this is Paul Ponte.
I just need to find you. Give me a second.
I'm right above you.
Well, on yours you are. On mine, on mine you're not. Paul Ponte, I found you, sir. Okay, let me go ahead and swear you in before we hear from you. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury that your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You.
Go ahead and tell me your full name and how you're associated with this property, and then you can tell me about the case.
Okay, my name is Paul George Ponte, and I'm the president of Phase Housing Corporation, Inc., which is the new nonprofit owner of Christian Manor Apartments at 325 Executive Center Drive, West Palm Beach.
All right, go right ahead, sir.
So, and I appreciate the comments from Mr. Turner. I don't agree with most of the comments, but I do appreciate his comments. And just for you, sir, to understand, we've been behind the scenes for the last 3 or 4 years, working with the previous nonprofit ownership and trying to redevelop this property. As Mr. Fana had mentioned earlier, we've been through the process of trying to get low-income housing tax credits and maintain affordability on this property. And again, a lot of that has been communicated early on with the residents, but things changed in the midst of the change of ownership and change of management. And so, and again, there were no guarantees in what we were trying to do in redeveloping the property. We initially purchased this property in June of 2019 and maintained the existing management company, which we rely on heavily for the day-to-day communication of what's happening at the property. And that company was Triumph Housing Management, and it changed to Weller Workforce Housing at some point. Given that the oversight of the property was not what we found acceptable as ownership, and unfortunately during the time of COVID, we couldn't make a change that quickly. We decided to work with our development partner and create another management company just to self-manage. And that takeover took place in June 1st of 2020. In fact, our development partner, IDP Properties, Rhett Holmes, is also going to speak on our behalf at some point to discuss some of the renovations that are forthcoming. But as I said, we recognize that there was an issue with the oversight of the management and the local team. Bills were not getting paid. And then again, COVID hit. And so there was, a lot of the restrictions of COVID, especially with multifamily apartment complexes, resulted in us not being able to actually physically walk into units and determine any issues with units. And so, and also during that time frame, which was several months, we could not get a pest control company for whatever reason to come in and service the needs of the community. So, you couple the fact that we could not walk units and lack of pest control, we couldn't handle a lot of the just determining the health and safety issues that we're finding in the units. When we heard through and found out that we were getting some negative publicity, through Mr. Turner and the West Palm Beach tenant unit, we immediately started, we visited the property, we set up meetings with residents. We heard loud and clear that there needed to be a change. And, contrary to what Mr. Turner was saying, we have been communicating, in fact, overly communicating as much as possible. The challenge that we had when we changed management in June of 2020, one of the buildings, Building D, the power went out on that building. And so this kind of started the process of a lot of the anxiety and challenges that we're facing in the property. And so when that building went down, we ended up housing those residents, and I believe Mr. Turner is one of those residents that lives in that building. We had to put him up in a hotel, and again, finding any contractors, electricians, or anyone to do any work during the time of COVID was very challenging. And when you're dealing with a 50-year-old plus property, getting parts for elevators and things of that nature are challenging. So the part that we needed to restore power to the building, it took a while. The building itself was out of power for several days. And we had to rely heavily on that electrician to get the power up and running. We waited for a part to come in from California or the West Coast, and it didn't. When it finally came in, and found out that it was not the right part, so we had to wait a couple more days. So I personally put these residents up in the hotel, paid for it out of a personal credit card, just to make sure that the residents were, in a decent environment until we restored power.
Right.
Then when the power,
You were reimbursed for that.
I was, yes. I just. Who's that, please?
That's Mr. Turner.
Mr.
Sorry
Turner,
about
Turner,
please,
So
let me speak.
hold on, everybody. So, Mr. Turner, I need to not have people interrupting each other. I'll give you another opportunity to speak, but right now, Mr. Ponte has the floor.
Understood.
And yes, I was reimbursed, but again, to do that, to make sure that the residents were put up in the hotel, we had to find a hotel for one, again, given the COVID environment, and two, making sure that they were transported to this hotel without any issues. So when the power came back online, unfortunately, when they turned the lights back on, it blew out something in the elevator and shut down the elevator. And so we had to get the elevator company to come out and restore, again, the issue with the elevator had to be restored and taken care of. So that kind of started the process of a lot of the challenges that we were facing on the property, or at least the complaints that came forth. Now, again, Mr. Turner and the West Palm Beach tenant unit did not know what our plans were behind the scenes, because they were still plans. And we had some milestones we had to meet before we could even communicate that to the residents, because we just didn't want to get anyone excited about a potential renovation without getting those commitments from the Housing Authority and the Florida Housing. So those things are starting to come through. And again, I'll turn it over momentarily to Rhett Holmes from IDV Properties, our development partner. But since then, and prior to us even getting the code violations, we actually had planned to do 100% walkthrough of the property, which we did. And we determined the needs of every unit. And we've created a list of things that have to be addressed in every unit. We, contrary to what Mr. Turner said earlier, we did find in over 30 to 40% of the units, housekeeping issues that had to be addressed. And so we will work with residents on those housekeeping issues. Again, this is a senior disabled property, meaning that you've got seniors that are 62 or older. And then you also have disabled that may or may not be 62 or older. And some of those residents have challenges in taking care of themselves. And so we're trying to work with them and local companies that assist in dealing with some of the challenges they're feeling throughout this, especially throughout COVID, this COVID situation. So given all that, I have hosted several meetings with residents. In fact, I think because of those meetings, a lot of these residents, not because of intimidation, contrary to what Mr. Turner is saying, I think we've been very open and honest with these residents, and we've had meetings with every building, and residents of every building. We've assigned from each building a person that is designated to be the spokesperson for the building, and they all have my personal cell phone number. If something's not being addressed timely, they're going to call me and let me know. And so we are trying to build a partnership not only with the residents, but also the community and code enforcement to make sure we get this to where it is today, which is a 50-year-old tired community, to a major renovation that's literally 3 or 4 months away. So that all to be said, again, we're the scope of the work that we're looking at doing is significant. It's going to touch every single unit. And before I turn it over to Mr. Holmes, I did have a conversation with Mr. Mark Joyce prior to this meeting, and the one thing that's on the list, which we weren't aware of, and it's just for lack of understanding, obtaining the real estate license from the city. We just thought it was a process of just getting a license. We did not realize that the city is going to be required to walk and inspect every occupied unit. So we initially thought it was going to be, maybe 45 days we're going to ask more time on that. And ideally, you all work with us as we, deal with the situations in every one of these units, because we have we've put together a significant list of things that have to be addressed in the units, and most of which are pretty common. But again, a lot of it has to do with just making sure that we are ready for those inspections, and that's for the initial license. So we just found that out, and so if we can get, I don't know, 180 days on that, that would be fantastic, just so that we can make sure we address the health and safety items inside these units.
Magistrate, if I can clarify that part.
Go ahead.
The rental license issue was included with the 18 months, not the 45 days.
Oh, what?
That's what I thought.
Because that's part of the exterior repairs, including windows and screens, and they're not going to get those screens until the windows are replaced.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that, sir. Can I turn it over to Rhett Holmes? He can kind of talk about what the renovations are and the timing of those renovations and where, and the scope of work that we're looking at.
Yeah, what's the name I'm looking for again?
Rhett Holmes.
Rhett Holmes. Mr. Holmes, I see you. Let me go ahead and swear you in before we start talking. If you could raise your right hand. You swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Go ahead and tell me again for the record your full name and your how you're affiliated with this property.
Sure, it's Rhett Holmes, IDP Properties. We are the management company as well as the developer on this project going forward. I've been involved off and on with this project, trying to help the previous owners to get it renovated, and obviously things just didn't work out in that process. It takes a while. We did get an application into Florida Housing in the last year for some CDBG funds or sale funds for this particular development. They were awarded. You go through a process, and we were finally given the green light on that in late July at the July Florida Housing Finance Corporation board meeting. And so we were, I think they were given to us back in, or tentatively awarded in March or April, I can't recall on that. So that was a process we were going through. One of our concerns we had in this process was the previous management company. And we just, without going into a lot of details at this point, unless you would like for them to, both on a lot of fronts, maintenance, communication, just a lot of different issues. We decided that going into a rehab, we need to have much better control over the process. So we took over on June 1, and obviously, as Paul said and Mr. Turner said, there have been issues there, and we are actively addressing that in that process. The timing of all this is, I guess is coincidental by nature, but with the moving forward of the financing process for redevelopment and the tenants unions and the complaints all happen simultaneously. So the plan for us doing all these inspections and walkthrough, us taking over management and getting the Florida Housing Finance underwriting and inspection process started. We've had numerous inspections over the last few weeks, as early as late as this week, from everything from environmental to physical needs assessments, et cetera. So it is a substantial process. We've given notifications. Some tenants have refused to let us in for whatever reason. So obviously, and I think their reasoning was COVID. So we honored and respected that process. But every other unit, I think, that will allow us to go in there with we've gone into, and so that process is ongoing. It will take us several months. We have been working with the finance authority there to issue the tax-exempt bonds, tax credits. It is a process. We have to go to county commission here soon for their approval also. So it is it's an ongoing issue. To do that, it will be, at least a $15 million renovation into this property, which is significant. It is 40 plus years old. It hasn't had rent increases in a long time. The rents are substantially below market, and there's very little or no rental assistance to those residents without vouchers. So we're obviously very worried about that impact. So we're trying to work on that. So there's only so much you can do when the rents are as low as they are on a property of this size and this age. So we're doing everything we can as a management company and working with the current owner to address those items and handle those. Some of these items we just can't do at this point. They are cosmetic. I do want a few clarification on the code violation to make sure I mark which ones we need to do in the next 45 days and just confirm any clarifications that we may have. But we are actively working on this both as a management agent and as a developer to get this project done. I've worked on a lot of senior properties over the years, understand the issues associated with it, and will continue to do this and do this right. We do expect our residents and our tenants to behave and operate in a manner that's conducive. This is their home. We need to try to work together in this process, and I think that process is improving significantly over the last 60 to 90 days. So I'm happy to answer any questions from Mr. Posner or you, Mr. Davis. I appreciate it very much for giving us a chance to talk about this and work through it.
Mr. Posner, do you have any questions for Mr. Holmes?
Not at this time, no.
Okay.
Mr. Posner, can you restate this with items that need to be done in the next 45 days so I can get confirmation on that and check those?
The mold remediation, we need a mold remediation report for all of the units in there, showing that there's no mold present in the units. Pest control throughout the facility, which I understand has already been started. It just needs to be completed. All the exit lights need to be lit. Several were out when I walked through yesterday. The other safety stuff had already been resolved. The handicap doors were working again. Several were not the first time around. And of course, the elevators were all working yesterday, so that's been taken care of. The only other thing that would need to be done sooner rather than later, you'd have the 18 months to obtain the rental license, but you will need to get the application in and paid for in short order, not wait 18 months for that.
I thought the rental license had been done, and I guess this is a new one on me. I've never heard of a city inspecting every unit for a rental license. That's a new one on me, so I've not seen that in previous places.
Most likely, it would not be an inspection of every unit. That would depend on how it went with the few units we looked at. And if we see issues that we need to continue inspecting, we would. But that's the general practice on that for such a large building.
Can I speak to that, Rhett? My understanding is that whenever there's a change in ownership and you apply for the license, that's the requirement. That's where it came from.
Okay.
That's what I just learned this morning.
Okay, well, it's never run across anywhere before, but that's okay. We can deal with that. The only comment I have, we have not hired a third-party mold remediation inspector. Is that what you're expecting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that in the code somewhere that requires that?
Well, the code requires there not be any mold, but at this point, especially given the state of what we've seen so far, simply taking the management's word for that isn't generally how we proceed.
Mr. Posner, can I speak to that for a second?
That's up to the magistrate.
It's Paul Ponte.
Go ahead, Mr. Ponte.
So the question I had, and when we walked these units and discussing, and we chatted with a lot of the residents as we walked the units, and what we noticed, a lot of the residents don't use their AC during, for whatever reason, in the summertime, and they do cook a lot in their units, especially now that they have to stay in their units for most of the day. The challenge is that if you don't maintain a certain air quality or air flow in the unit, things are going to grow. And so part of this is education, and part of this is working with the residents to make sure that that they're doing their part to make to let us know when they see any kind of growth. One of the things that we will do as we do more pest control inspections. We're going to be doing monthly inspections and just ensuring that, you know, the units that may have not had any kind of mold or mildew are going to be addressed. But I think this is going to be an ongoing issue until we kind of change some of the behavior. There's one resident in particular I remember talking to, and she simply refuses just because she has a concern or condition where she can't have AC running at all in her unit, and that's because she has a phobia due to the fact that she worked in the freezer for most of her entire career, and so she just won't keep these. She just keeps her windows open. So that's the challenge that we're facing. So just again, I just wanted to make that a point because I think it's relevant here.
Noted.
Thank you.
Okay, is there any other testimony or evidence on behalf of the respondent that you want me to hear this morning?
Just that, again, and I welcome Mr. Turner to speak to us. And in fact, when we had a meeting with residents, Mr. Turner did show up, and, you know, we discussed a few things. He had a few things he asked me questions on, and I asked him to stay, and he did leave. He didn't give us a chance to speak to him about some of the things that we are doing. So what we've added more, we've added an assistant manager to assist with the work that's being done inside the office. So that was one of the challenges that we had for a while. We've also hired a cleaning person to clean the hallways, but we are on a monthly basis going to clean the halls using an outside contractor that will do halls in common areas and everything else. One of the bigger complaints was which again, this is a challenge that we faced from day one in this community, where the mail is coming in, and a lot of the packages such as prescription drugs are coming into the office versus directly to the apartment. And so we feel like we can address that with some mailbox kiosks. Those are short-term things that we're going to do. And then the other thing is the doors are an issue. People do prop those doors open, which end up breaking. They're old doors. Without doing the major renovation, it doesn't make sense to replace these doors. Every time we fix a door, it costs us about $3,000, and it takes a while to get someone out there to do that fix or get the part. But we have added cameras, so we can at least monitor the situation, and so if a door is actually broken for whatever reason, we can at least monitor any activity going in and out of these buildings in the short term.
All right. Mr. Posner, did you want to allow, do you have any additional testimony? Did you want Mr. Turner to speak again?
Yeah, if Mr. Turner wants to rebut that, that is certainly fine with the city. But I just want to make one thing clear. I can't speak as to why none of the other residents appeared here today, whether they were scared or whatever the reason is. But I do know there were others that were concerned simply because Mr. Turner is not the only person that the city heard from. Several called the health department and the city directly. And I spoke with numerous residents while I was at the facility. Mr. Turner, you wanted to speak?
Yes. Just the only thing I'd like to say is that the people who live here, they're old, they're tired, they're sickly. Many of them, they're not interested in fighting. They don't really have the strength and the energy, you know, to contend with these issues. Many of them, they're unable to even articulate what they're experiencing. And I've witnessed all this in the last year that I've been here, and I've done my best to speak on their behalf. I think because just because of their lack of knowledge, they've been able to be ignored, and indeed they have been ignored. There was zero communication. I believe the manager has acted as a buffer. She's acted to deflect the concerns of the tenants who live here. And it's as a result, you know, here we are. As I said before, there was never any communication between the management, the current or previous one. There was never any communication between them and the tenants. Not until we organized, not until we started banging the drum, and then suddenly the management and ownership went into damage control. And that's all I have to say for the matter.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Posner, anything else from the city?
Nothing further.
All right. I am going to express cautious optimism. It sounds to me like the respondent has acknowledged the condition of the property and has at least vocalized a willingness to resolve all those issues. Having said that, based on everything I've heard, first of all, I do find proper notice. The city has proper notice documents in its file, and the respondent is present at the hearing. Based on the testimony from everyone I've heard, as well as all the photographs that I've been observing during this case hearing, I am going to find that the property has complied with City Code Section 18-100, but remains in violation otherwise as cited. I think the city's recommendation on the bifurcation of the order in this case makes a lot of sense. So I'm going to allow 18 months for the property to be brought into compliance, except for City Code Sections 105.1, 110.1, 18-102, 4, 18-103I, 18-211B, and 18-905C. Is that correct with your list, Mr. Posner? Those
Yes, sir, that is it.
violations, those are the code sections that are associated with the more serious violations, the
Can I get clarification on what equipment maintenance?
Magistrate, you muted by accident.
What is 18103I equipment maintenance?
All right, hang on, everybody. I'm not sure why I went mute, but can everybody hear me now?
Yeah, the fine is what muted.
Pardon me?
It was the fine
okay.
aspect of your order that was muted.
Okay, so 18 months, except for the code sections that I mentioned that Mr. Posner earlier mentioned, which are the code sections dealing with the more serious issues, the mold, the egress lighting, and the pest control. Mr. Posner, there was a question about 18103I.
18103I is equipment maintenance. The elevators and those the handicap doors had already been fixed, but the exit lights had not been fixed. The only other equipment that seemed to be at issue where there was some laundry equipment that wasn't operating when I was there yesterday.
All right, did that answer the question? I wasn't sure who asked the question, but did that answer it?
Yes, it did. And can we have notification when the inspector is out there?
Well, my understanding is it's the respondent's, it's y'all's responsibility to call for an inspection when you believe you've reached compliance. I'm not sure the city's, and Mr. Posner, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure the city's going to be dropping surprise inspections on anybody.
No, not necessarily. It requires an owner representative or a resident to inspect. As Mr. Turner represented the complainants, that's who I went through the buildings with. Further inspections can certainly be organized through both parties.
Well, please do, because we have not, anytime you've been out there, at least the times I've seen on the list here, we were, as far as I know, the manager was unaware of it. So except for maybe once, if you could just let us know when you intend to go out there, but we'll on go forward basis, but we'll coordinate with you when we have those items fixed as well. But thank you for that.
Yeah, we can certainly do that. The first time we went, we touched base with the manager first. She didn't have any interest in speaking with us or giving us your information.
Yes, sir. I understand that was a problem.
Posner, can we get your contact information so that we can contact you when we're ready?
I'll email it to you after the hearing.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, and then I'll accept the recommendation on the daily fines as well, $200 per day, if any of those deadlines are not complied with. And Kristen, are you clear on that for that order?
Yes.
Okay, all right, then thank you, everybody, for your testimony and your patience on this one, and hopefully this will go forward in a positive way.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot. Yes, thank you.
Moving to matter number 54, CE 19110005, 516 Cayuga Drive. And we have Ms. Gates appearing via Zoom as the respondent.
Hi, good morning.
All right. And is this Mr. Williams' case?
I'm going.
Good morning.
I'm
There you
here.
are.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, he froze up.
Don Williams, code enforcement, property 516. No, I'm not muted. Frozen? Okay. Okay. Okay, got a new position here. Okay, Don Williams, code enforcement, property 516 Cayuga Drive, cited for 18-103B. This is repair for roof and walls and foundation. 18106B, excessive growth. 18106G, paint exterior. 34102A, junk of abandoned vehicle. 7434A1J, which is garbage cans placement. This case was originally cited on November 2019. It was scheduled for a hearing on April 15th. Of course, that was canceled. We rescheduled it for August 19th hearing. We had that hearing, but the order was vacated. So we rescheduled it for this hearing today. Certified mail was sent out August 25th. It was received August 27th. The property was posted August 28th. And we got 3 of those violations complied. 18106B, excessive growth is complied. 34102A, junk vehicles complied. And the garbage can 743418A1J is complied. So only 2 outstanding violations. My recommendation would be 90 days to comply or $100 a day thereafter. And I have had contact with the owner, which is on the call as well.
The outstanding violations is the repair of the roof, walls, and foundation, and the paint.
Yes, sir.
All right. And your recommendation was, did you say 90 days?
Yes, sir. 9100.
All right, and I have Miss Gates. Let me go ahead and put you under oath before we start talking. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead and tell me your name and address, and then you can tell me about the case.
Carly Gates, 516 Cayuga Drive, West Palm Beach, Florida, 33401. So just to let you know, I know that none of these pictures that I've seen are new, but the roof has been repaired as well. We have a new roof that the inspection has been completed, but I realize you can't see that in any of the pictures. There's only one that you can see the permit for the roof.
Okay.
We have a permit for the wood as well, and the hardy plank has already been delivered. The issue has been waiting on the window company. They keep delaying us, and I got new information, which I did forward to Mr. Williams this week. They're basically saying that because of COVID, that manufacturing has been delayed, And it's going to be another 8 to 12 weeks before they can do the windows.
Okay.
And our concern is we don't want to spend the money to replace the wood and paint and then have to tear it open again and redo it after the windows are done. So I'm just hoping that we can get as much time as possible so that the windows can be replaced before we replace the siding and the paint. And those are the last two things that will need to be done. But the roof, we have a new metal roof, everything's done.
So if the outside, the 12 weeks, the windows are done, would you be able to get the wood planks and the painting done in 30 days after that, do you think?
Yes, sir.
So that would be 120 days. I'm inclined to, does the city have any objection to that?
No, I don't have any. No objection.
Okay. Does that sound doable to you as well, Ms. Gates?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Anything else you'd like to tell me, ma'am?
The only thing is I realized today we've been waiting so long on the windows that our permit for the siding is about to expire. Is that, because I've heard some of the other cases that the permitting seemed to be taking a while. Is that going to take a while for us to renew? I'm assuming I don't have to go through the whole process again, right?
Mr. Williams, can you speak to that?
It shouldn't take long. I would say just to pay. You're gonna have to pay a fee, of course, to get it reinstated, but it shouldn't take long at all.
But it hasn't expired yet, right?
I think it expires this week.
Oh, okay.
So as long as I get taken care of this week, I would be okay?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't take long.
So my suggestion would be to get in there and take care of it as soon as you can.
Okay, thank you.
But I will do the 120 days on this. I think that it sounds like you're working to get this done, and that should be a window of time that you can do it. All right, I will find proper notice in this case. Ms. Gates is present. City has proper notice documentation in its file. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I'll find the property remains in violation of City Code sections 18103B and 18106G, but has complied with all other violations that were originally cited in the notice. I'll allow an additional 120 days to get the remaining violations in compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day will be assessed until compliance is achieved. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Matter number 50, CE 20070475, 5321 Parker Avenue. Mr. Hurst is appearing via Zoom.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Code Enforcement Officer Richard Pazmino for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on August 4th, 2020. Certified mail was sent August 5th and received on August 7th. In addition, the property and City Hall were posted on August 20th, 2020. This property was cited for 82-151, evidence of engaging in business, 94-302-A-4, fence/wall maintenance, 94-4462, landscape maintenance, 94-482A, unpaved parking, and 94-6, restrictions upon land use. I've been in contact with the attorney for the property, and I've met with the owner of the property while out performing inspections. As of today, all violations have come into compliance except for 94-446-2, landscape maintenance. There is still dead grass in the parkway that needs to be replaced. The city's recommending 30 additional days for the property to come into compliance with that last code section, or the city's asking for a $50 a day fine until compliance is achieved.
Did you say 30 days, Mr. Pazmino?
Yes, 30 days or $50 a day.
Thank you. And Mr. Hurst, are you representing the respondent?
Good morning again, Magistrate. Yes, I do represent the respondent. We have no objections. We'll come into compliance within the 30-day period that the city is requiring or asking for.
Thank you, sir. Anything else?
No, sir.
All right, then in this case, I will find proper notice. Respondent is represented by counsel and the city has the appropriate notice documents in its file. I will find based on the testimony and the evidence that the property is in compliance with all violations as cited with the exception of 94,442.6, and that is the landscape maintenance. Will allow an additional 30 days for compliance. Thereafter, daily fines of $50 per day until compliance is achieved if the 30 days is not met. Okay.
Thank you, Magistrate. May I be
Thank you very
excused?
much.
May I be excused?
Of course. Yep.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
You too, sir.
Matter number 7, CE 2008-0041-727 Hampton Road. Mr. Henderson is appearing via Zoom.
Sonia Bin, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was cited on August 5th. The notice of violation was posted on August 10th and certified mail was sent on August 7th. The property was cited for code 1051, 18106K, 18162A, 2232A, 7434A, 1H, 94482A, 94487B, 4A, and 9471C. I have made contact with the property owner, and the property is still in violation of all codes cited 1051, 18106K, 18162A, 2232A, 7434A, 1H, 94482A, 94487B, 4A, and 9471C. The city is requesting an additional 60 days to gain compliance or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Sonia, did the owner confirm rental?
Yes, so he's in the process of applying for a rental license and also obtain permit for fencing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do I have the respondent present? Did I hear?
Mr. Henderson.
All right, I have to find Mr. Henderson. Why am I not finding Mr. Henderson?
I don't see him in there. He did ask for the information to attend, but I don't see him signed on.
I don't see him either.
Shared with me that it's a possibility that he's unable to participate, but he still wanted to receive the link just in case if he's able to do so.
All right, I'll ask one last time. Is there anybody here on behalf of the respondent for this case? Mr. David Henderson? It does not appear that he is here. However, the city does have proper notice with the certified mail and with posting. I have reviewed the photographs and listened to the testimony, and I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow an additional 60 days for compliance. And after that, daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Matter number 8, CE 2008-0070-831 Village Boulevard, Unit 602A. Lewis and Ken are appearing via Zoom.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, this is the one we continued from the last hearing. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. Who do I have for the respondent?
Luis Hernandez.
All right, there's Mr. Hernandez. Is there anybody else?
No, I thought we were coming back because he was gonna get an attorney.
Let me go ahead and put Mr. Hernandez under oath. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, let me go ahead and go to Mr. Hernandez. This matter was continued from the last agenda so that the respondent could appear with counsel and speak to the violations that were presented. So where are we today, Mr. Hernandez?
Well, we got a chance to meet with our corporate team and with internal counsel.
My picture's not coming up. Do I have to hit that?
Sorry?
I've got some background audio that if we could mute that, please. All right, I can hear you, Mr. Hernandez. Go ahead.
So we met with our corporate people and we also met with inside counsel, and we're not obviously we're not objecting to anything. The things that happened. So if we just have a moment to hopefully maybe reduce the fines that were proposed by excuse me, that were proposed by the city. So I believe it was about $15,000 in fines.
Yeah, let me go back to Ms. Wardell. Can you remind me what the city's recommendation was in this case? I remember the facts very clearly. I don't recall the city's recommendation on the remedy.
Yeah, we decided due to this being a 9203 illicit discharge, irreversible and irreparable, I recommended a finding of fact and a first time fine of 15,000.
All right. All right. Thank you for reminding me. Go ahead, Mr. Hernandez. Let me, why don't you can tell me why you think that's not the appropriate remedy.
Well, I mean, we truly regret what, the incidents that happened. I mean, they were out of our control. While we do know that one of our tenants was doing construction, we were unaware that they had moved the grease container and caused that damage. Jamestown is the environment is very important to Jamestown. So there's sustainability platforms that we have that we implement with the companies, with the different properties. And one of the things, I mean, going forward, obviously, education to the tenants is going to be very key. We're going to start monitoring grease containers as we haven't really been doing so in the past. Implementing some secondary containment units. So in case there is a leak, it could be contained before it gets to any waterways. We'll just continue to work with them and monitor it. So, I mean, in light of this, we would like some consideration for that fee. Additionally, it's our understanding that we're going to receive a bill for the cleanup that did occur. I think it was in excess of $12,000 as well.
Okay. Anything else from the city?
No, Your Honor, just wanted to make sure that they understand that like this container right here that was pressure washed. It looks nice, but that pressure washing is going right into the storm drain. And I wanted to make sure that they understand that they can't do that. And yes, the education to their store owners is very important. That's all.
Okay, yeah, we definitely want to make sure on a going forward basis that everything is handled correctly. Nobody wants to see this back at all in any form or fashion. So I believe at the last hearing, I did make a finding of proper notice. But if I didn't, I will make that finding again. I know Mr. Hernandez was present at both hearings. I am also going to make a finding based on the testimony and the evidence from both hearings that the property was in violation as cited, but has that this was actually in compliance as of the last hearing, but the violation I do find occurred. It was irreparable and irreversible in nature. I am going to impose a fine of $10,000 plus the whatever the cost was to clean up the illicit discharge. And I'm quite certain that if this was to occur again and it was a repeat violation, the penalty would be significantly higher. And if it came before me, I don't think I would have any sympathy for anything but the maximum allowed penalty. So that is my order, and good luck on a going forward basis, staying in compliance. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
All right, where to?
Kristen, are you there?
I am. I had to help Doug with something. I apologize.
Sorry.
I'm so sorry.
No worries.
Okay, do we, Jason, I don't think we have any more Zoom applicants. Can you confirm that?
The only thing I could confirm is based on who's in the participant list. If you click that button at the bottom, you can see
Okay.
everybody who's online.
Okay.
Kristen, we have a couple people in the chambers.
Yes, that I know. I was just trying to get all of the Zoom done. I see a couple people here that I don't recognize their name as a city employee. I see a Jack Horn.
Yes. Lien reduction.
I am here.
Okay. Oh, let me look at that list then. I'm sorry. Hornbrook is okay. So the only 3 people left are for lien reductions. Keith, do you want me to call the 2 in the chambers and then we'll move to the lien reductions?
That's fine. Sorry, I had
Okay.
to step away for 1 second, but yeah, I heard you. So let's go ahead and do it that way.
Okay. So matter number 4, CE 200802781590 Cameron Samuel Lane. And we have Chase Walters downstairs.
Just wait on that line there.
Are you ready for number 4?
Yes, sir.
On August 24th, the property at 1590 Cameron Samuel Lane was cited for prohibited signs in city right-of-way, prohibited portable signage, and repeat violation. Original order of finding of fact was issued September 20th, 2017. Property was posted August 27th, 2020. Certified mail was sent August 26th. Certified mail was received August 27th. Due to the repeat violation, city's recommending $200 a day to run from August 24th until compliance.
Is the city's position that the property remains in violation, or did it come into compliance?
I have not been to the property since August 24th.
What was the case number for the 2017 case?
That I would have to check.
Or can you pull up, can you pull up that order, the finding of fact from the?
It should be attached to this case.
Yeah. I just want to see it real quick.
Okay, that's
There we go. Oh, thank you. Okay. Oh, where'd it go? There we go. Yeah, just leave it like that for a second. That was for. Okay, thank you. Anything else from the city before I hear from the respondent?
yeah. I've been in contact with the new property manager, Chase,
Okay.
but I did let him know that there was going to be some sort of fine attached to this violation, so he's aware.
Okay, and then, sir, tell me your name. I can see you, but since you're in the council chambers, I don't have your name.
Good morning. My name is Chase Waters. I am here for 1590 Cameron Samuel Lane.
All right, thank you, Mr. Waters. Let me go ahead and swear you in before I hear from you. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and state your full name again and how you're affiliated with this property.
My name is Chase Waters. I am the assistant property manager there. So we did receive this fine or violation on the 24th, I believe. Immediately we had them taken down by our staff, and I did call the city, the Code Compliance Division, let them know that is the case, and left a message with Mr. McFarland.
Okay.
So everything was taken down the moment that we received that violation.
Magistrate, I disagree with that.
Well, let me finish hearing from Mr. Waters, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. McFarland.
Well, the
Go ahead.
moment that we had it posted on our door, we did tell our guys to take it down immediately. So as soon as we were aware that was the case, we did just take over as a new management company on June 1st, 2020. So we were completely unaware of the first case. No previous owner or management let us know. So, you know, we're just trying to advertise. There's no foot traffic. We do see signs for leasing, you know, all around the community. So we were unaware that this was, you know, against the policy or regulation. So we're just, you know, focused on bringing in, you know, good people into the community. So we do apologize. That's not what we're trying to do is violate.
And what day did you say that was your testimony that you reached out to the city?
So the day that it was left on our front door, I had our guys take it down that same day, and I did call, I guess it was just a receptionist. So I didn't speak to Mr. McFarland that same day, but I did speak to the receptionist, and she said she would relay that information.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Waters. I appreciate it. Okay, Mr. McFarland, I'll come back to you now. You can respond.
Okay. The signs still remain at the time of posting, Your Honor, so there's gonna be some type of fine associated with this.
What day was the posting
The
again?
27th.
All right.
May I say one more thing? I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Waters.
So when we first received that violation, I did believe it was the signs on the streets. Several days later, I did get in contact with Mr. McFarland and I tried to verify what signs were not in compliance. And that's when I found out, signs on the gates and everything that I believed to be on our own property were not allowed. So at that moment, we did take those down as well. It just did not state which signs. So, there won't be any other signs up going forward. They're all completely down. So we want to be in compliance. That's not our goal to create violations.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Anything else from the city on this case?
No, sir.
All right, I do find proper notice. The respondent is present. The city has proper notice documents in its file. I will find that the property certainly was in violation of, as cited, based on the evidence that this is a repeat violation because there was also a finding of fact on the same code sections within the past 5 years. I'm going to impose a $600 fine, which is $200 per day for 3 days, which is the 24th through the 27th. That will be my order. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Matter number 16, CE 20080072 1025 22nd Street. We have Sabrina downstairs.
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement with the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on August 7th. Certified mail was signed for on August 14th. The property and City Hall were posted August 12th. The property was cited for 105.1, 110.1, 1816A, and 7434A1J. I've had contact with the property owner. At this time, the property has complied with 7434A1J. The city's going to give an additional 100, is requesting 120 more days or $200 per day until compliance is achieved.
Did you say 120?
I'm sorry?
What did you say? 120 more days?
Yes.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I heard you correctly. So the garbage can placement complied. The other 3.
Yes, they're still ongoing. It's
Okay.
they're trying to obtain the permit, but we're a little back. Yeah.
Okay. And I have, what is your name, ma'am?
My name is Sabrina Baki and I live at 1023 22nd Street.
Okay, let me go ahead and swear you in, and then you can tell me about the case. Do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Go ahead.
Well, I'm having a problem with this neighbor because they're using their driveway to repair cars and operating as a business without a license. So what they do, they have that van parked in front of their home storing tools, and he hasn't moved it in 3 years. So what they're doing is they're parking in front of my house and creating a deterrence. And I have a son with schizophrenia, and I need, I only have a small spot in the front and a 1-car driveway, and I need to have that stay clear because in case of an emergency, the ambulance can come and assist my son. I've requested on several occasions not to park in front of my property because it's causing a nuisance. And he uses my space and blocks in my garage, and he's repairing cars. And I've submitted recent pictures to code enforcement showing that he's also parked wrecked cars in front of my property to use parts to rebuild cars on his driveway. It's been going on for about 5 years now, and I just can't take it anymore. And when I asked them to move, the next day, both my tires on my car were slashed, so I'm concerned about criminal activity being in front of my property. I had to go purchase 4 brand new tires on Friday. So I was looking for assistance in code enforcement because I've called the police on several occasions to have him move the cars, and they made him move it, but they told me I had to go and seek assistance through your agency.
Ms. St. Hilaire, do you want to respond to any of that? It seems like a different issue than the code sections that you're citing.
And if you look at the
Sounds like we have
driveway,
more going on.
Yeah, a few of the things that she mentioned as I spoke to Sabrina, I said to her with some of the things that she complained about, I have not seen it personally myself, so it's no way that I could cite for it. I went to the property, I've taken pictures, I have not witnessed them doing automotive repair. The van that I took a picture of the last time I was there was this Monday. As you can see, it's actually in front of their property, and they did move that. So most of the, like, as far as parking, I know parking did reach out to her and told them that what they can and cannot do, and it's very limited to what they can do on, for the street, unless the van is not registered or,
But
you
the
know.
van hasn't moved in 3 years. It's been blocking everyone. And if I try to park anywhere else, neighbors tell me to move my car. And I submitted pictures to Mr. Khan with the wrecked car in front of my home, and the police had to come out and make him move it. So I have the pictures on my phone right now if you need to see them again.
Well, if
And
they're
this-
on the street, the police would go ahead, red tag it and tow it, but that's not, if it's on the street, that's not something code enforcement would.
It's in front of my home though, blocking my parking, my driveway. He dumped it in front of my home. Why would he do something like that? Put a wrecked car that belongs in a lot, in a wrecked garage, and in the back of his yard, he's kept wrecked cars for years. I mean, this is causing a nuisance to me, and it's not fair. I keep my property well manicured, clean. I paint my house every 3 years, and it's not fair. It's not fair to me or my sick son. And when my other son comes, I just try to avoid a problem. I should have the privilege to enjoy the real estate in front of my property. And I have a letter here addressed to the magistrate that I would like to give to him because I've sent it to your department. And I've sent all the pictures proving the van is open, cars parked in front of my house being repaired. This is not a garage. He needs to get a garage to repair cars. And if you look at the driveway, it's full of parking grease. That's the evidence right there in the picture. I'm a single mom. I work hard. I don't collect welfare. I work very hard. I pay taxes like everyone else. I should be able to enjoy in the front of my property, my small little parking space. It's not fair that he uses all his parking and his driveway and in front of my house as well.
Okay.
And I'd like to give this letter to you, magistrate, with my signature, if it's okay, with all the issues.
You can provide it to city staff and they'll send it to me. Yes.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome. So sounds like we have two completely separate issues to talk about. Ms. St. Hilaire, let's go back to this case. What work was done that was done without a permit?
The fence that you see that they put up, there's no
Okay.
permit for that, and I think what they did was basically buy their own materials and just placed it with their neighboring property to make it seem like they have a fence, which they do not, and that's what they're in the process of trying to get a permit for, to have their own fence.
And this fence is between the this property and the offending neighbor, I
Yeah.
guess. All right. Do you happen to know if there's a code enforcement case on the neighboring property at this time? I don't know if you know that or not.
As far as for what?
I don't know whether they're doing things on their property that they're not allowed to do, car repair, having.
Well,
I don't know. I'm just asking, everything that I
we've
heard
received
from
the
the
complaint.
respondent has nothing to do with
I've
this case.
submitted
so.
pictures. I've submitted
Every-
pictures.
We're all trying to help out as much as we can, but it's very limited to it's what we can do as code enforcement. If he is parking on the street and the vehicle is properly registered and has the proper tags, I don't even think police would be able to then tag it too. Like I said, there is automotive repair being done. I have not witnessed it. If he
Okay,
does, yeah.
I'm just asking if you knew if there was a case or not. That's all. Maybe I'm not suggesting that there needs to be. It was just if you knew if there was.
Magistrate, if you want, I can even get a petition signed by all the neighbors stating that they've witnessed it. And I also have a police report here in my hand, because I've called the police department more than 10 times on this situation.
Well, I hear everything you're saying, and I am sympathetic, but I have very limited authority here. I can't just start. I don't have authority to order a neighboring property to do anything unless a case against them is properly brought before me. I don't have that today.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So that's why I asked Miss St. Hilaire if she happened to know offhand if there was an active case on that property.
I'm just here reporting it because it's getting to become a nuisance.
I understand, and I hear everything you're saying.
Magistrate, this is Mark Joyce. I just want to make you aware that this case is against a neighboring property, the one that you're hearing. She is the next door neighbor complaining about the property.
Okay, so thank you for clarifying that. I thought that she was the respondent. This is a neighbor of the respondent.
Right.
All right, well, that was not clear to me. Now this all makes sense. Okay. So yes, ma'am, the property that you're complaining about is is not your property. You're the neighbor. I am, based on the evidence, I'm going to assess fines and require compliance with that property, which hopefully will inure to your benefit as the neighbor. I apologize that I didn't understand that you're the neighbor, that you're not the person that the case was brought against.
And two of my
So
tires are flashed.
I apologize for my confusion. I understand completely now. Okay. So there is nobody here on behalf of the respondent, but the city does have proper notice based on the notice documents that are in the file. I am going to find the property is in violation as cited, with the exception of 7434A1J regarding the garbage can placement, which has complied. I'll accept the city's recommendation, allow the 120 days for compliance, thereafter daily fines of $200 per day for each day the violations are not corrected after that. Thank you all for your testimony. Thank you for tolerating my confusion and clarifying the situation at the end. I appreciate that.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving to other matters. Other matter number 10, CE 1607-0491-5500 North Haverhill Road. We have Mr. Hornbrook appearing via Zoom.
Okay, I need to find.
Don't worry about it.
Number 10, this is 5500 Haverhill. There it is. Got it. All right, thank you for waiting, Mr. Posner. I've got the property appraiser information on my screen here, and you can go ahead whenever you're ready. Oh, you're muted.
Okay, just to clarify,
Hey.
there's actually two liens for that address that we're doing here.
Okay.
First one is case ending in 491. 5500 North Haverhill, date ordered 11/2 of 16, fine started 12/3 of 16, ran for 1,137 days. Total is $113,700. Date of compliance 1/14 of 20, daily fine was $100 a day. This was the previous owner that caused the violation. Not this current owner, but they are also the applicant. The mitigation is they state they resolved it right away, but the case pictures that we have from the original case show that the case was not compliant right away. So there was an affidavit of non-compliance and the fines ran. Property was cited 5 times under their ownership. Property was purchased in 2016 for $7.78 million and then sold in 2020 for $13.84 million. The city is asking for 30%. The second case is case ending in 492, 5500 North Haverhill. Date ordered 11/2 of 16, fine started 12/3 of 16, ran for 1,137 days. Total is $113,700, $100 a day. Date of compliance 1/14 of 20. It's identical information. What it amounts to is it was 2 separate units at the same property. That's why they wound up running at the same time, but as separate cases. City's asking for 30%.
30% on both?
Yes, sir.
And they're both the same amount, or 113.
Yes, sir. All the information is identical except the case number and the unit number at the time.
Gotcha. Okay, and who do I have on behalf of the applicant?
Mike Hornbrook.
Good morning, Mr. Hornbrook. Let me go ahead and swear you in. I swear or affirm under penalties of perjury, your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
All right. Let's go ahead and again, tell me again your full name and how you're affiliated with the property, and then you can tell me about the request.
Michael Hornbrook. I'm the president of Lakeside Capital Advisors, which was the general partner of the ownership entity at the time that we were notified of the violations.
Okay, go ahead.
Just asking for a reduction in the lien amount, which I think is extreme. It is my understanding, again, we had local property managers on site, and they've assured me that the violations were very timely remedied. The problem was that we thought as ownership that the city had been properly notified of the corrections and that they had cleared them. It was only until early of 2020 that I was made aware that we had $225,000 worth of fines assessed against the property for these violations. So I'm just asking for a reasonable reduction in the amount of the fines. I just think it's extreme, and we did take corrective actions as soon as I found out about it.
Based on your knowledge of the case, tell me a little bit more about what that means when you believe everything was complied out and what you did what had to be done to correct it.
Once I found out about the violations, I contacted our property management team at the time, who then interviewed, and I interviewed the on-site property manager who was there at the time, had left since, but I spoke to her, and she provided me with dates that she believed that the violations were corrected. The code violations, which I'm sure were sent to me, but I just never saw them for whatever reason. I think the code violations were dated July of 2016. And my on-site manager is telling me that those violations were corrected during the time period of September 18th to September 21st of 2016.
Okay. Let me go back to the city. Mr. Posner, your files do not contain compliance affidavits from that point in time.
Now, I have an affidavit of non-compliance for December 12th, 2016. Compliance was supposed to have been December 5th, 2016.
Okay. All right, anything else from the city?
No, sir.
Anything else from the applicant in this case?
No, sir.
All right, then, based on the testimony I've heard, we have two cases. They each have separate liens of $113,700. I've heard what Mr. Hornbrook believes is when it was actually brought into compliance. I also have Mr. Posner's affidavit from December, or referencing a December date. Based on all that, I'm going to reduce each of those liens to $7,000. Can you pay those within 30 days?
7,000 each?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can pay
All right.
within 30 days, certainly.
So ordered.
Right now, how do I get an official notice?
There will be an order sent. Yes, that you will get, and
okay.
On the bottom of the order, it tells you how you can remit payment.
Once hearings are over, you can contact Monique Williams.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Once the hearings are over, you can contact Monique Williams. You've dealt with her prior to the
Oh,
hearing.
yeah, yes, I have. Okay, will do. Thank you.
Okay, now we are moving to matter number 6 and 7. It's the same owner, different address. Do you want me to call them together or separately?
Which one is
go ahead
this?
and call. Oh, sorry.
I was asking which ones they are.
6 and 7, I think she said.
419 and 1538, Mitch.
City is fine with doing it together.
Let's go ahead and do them together.
Okay. Other matter number 6, case number CE 19080371, case address 419 32nd Street, and other matter number 7, case number CE 17080165, case address 1538 39th Street. And we have Mr. Horn available via Zoom.
Okay, thanks. I just was looking at the property appraiser printouts. Go ahead, Mr. Posner, whenever you're ready.
Okay, first one is case ending in 371 for 419 32nd Street. Date order 10/16 of 19, fine started 11/18 of 19, ran for 72 days. Total is $18,000. It was $250 a day. Date of compliance is 1/29 of 20. This is the same owner. Case history is 15 cases on this property under that same owner. And that's since 2013. So we're talking about basically a city managed property. The only mitigating circumstance on the application is they didn't know. It was sent to the correct PAPA address, but they had not changed it. So it went to the residence. as based on the deed at the time of sale. Cited for trash and debris, equipment maintenance, door and window repair, fence maintenance, bare landscape, address characters, and no rental license. Invisible mode. The rental license issue, they hadn't had one in 6 years up to the point that they got cited for this. The city is asking for 50% on this one. And then case ending in 165, 1538 39th Street. Date order 10/4 of 17, 11/6 of 17, fine started. Ran for 164 days, total of 16,400. Fine was $100 a day, date of compliance 4/19 of 18. Case history on this one, oh, same owner. Case history on this one is 11 cases under their ownership. The mitigating circumstances here is they didn't know because the tenant didn't tell them. And of course, it's the owner's responsibility on that. The case was for no rental license. That one didn't have a license for 4 years at the time that it had been cited. All totaled, there were 5 properties we had to inspect on this. Case history of all 5 together under their ownership is 40 cases. City's asking for 50% on both.
Okay, and who do I have as the applicant for these 2 cases?
I'm here.
Mr. Horn? All right, do you swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead and tell me your full name and address, and then you can tell me about the request for the lien reduction.
My name is Jacques Horn, and I live 1220 Parkside Avenue in Boca Raton, Florida. In fact,
All right, go ahead.
yes, we made 2 big mistakes, 2 big errors with the address. We bought those 2 properties from foreclosure. For some reason, we didn't think about the address. So the first property, both properties were rented, and I do have a rental license for each year. I don't know why Mr. Posner didn't see that, but I can provide copies of every year rental license paid. The property 419 were occupied by 4 or 5 young guys who called the city complaining about mold, about a lot of things. We hired a mold remediation company. We did the job as soon as possible. We showed to the city that we did have a certificate of remediation. And we went with the inspector. They were very helpful. They assist us all the time, explaining what needs to be done. And when we need them, we even met on the spot at the property to try to finalize it. And we even went further because let's say we had to repair a door. We repaired the door and we painted the whole house. We washer pressure driveways. It was not asked for. We did some landscaping. We tried to maintain as well as possible all our properties. And we went from one property to the other because we own a few properties and everything was fine and was corrected. I really request a big reduction fee if it's possible.
All right, Mr. Horn, thank you very much. Is there anything else from the city on either of these 2 cases?
Just to comment regarding the rental licenses, both cases were fined for rental licenses. And I did leave one part out on 419 32nd Street, I'm sorry, on 1538 39th Street. It wasn't just the rental license, it was also cited for the illegal use, too many unrelated people in a boarding house type situation.
Okay.
It wasn't just the license.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. Horn, anything else that you'd like to tell me, sir?
No.
All right, let's see, agenda item number 6 is the case ending in 371. The current lien is $18,000. And agenda item number 7, current lien amount is $16,400. Based on the testimony that I've heard from both the city and Mr. Horn, I'm going in agenda item number 6. I'm going to reduce that one. I'll agree to reduce that to $5,000. And number 7, agenda item number 7, I'll agree to reduce that one to $4,000. Mr. Horn, can you pay those in 30 days?
Yes, we can.
Payable within 30 days on both.
Thank you.
Okay. Matter number 8, excuse me, other matter number 8, case number CE 19070314, case address 2006 Ware Drive. Mr. Sickles is available via Zoom.
And this is 2006 Ware. There we go. Okay, all right, I'm ready. Go ahead, Mr. Posner.
Case ending in 314, 2006 Ware Drive, date order 8/21 of 19, fine started 9/23 of 19. Ran for 148 days, total is $29,600. Daily fine was $200 a day. Date of compliance 2/18 of 20. This is the same owner. Cited for landscape issues, parking issues, and no rental license. The mitigation on the application is it states that they complied as soon as they could afford to do so, but these were all basic things that didn't require extensive renovations or extensive costs. And the application says that this was just an investment property, and they were unable to rent it due to COVID. But this was cited back in July of 2019, and it was already rented without a license at the time. City's asking for 30%.
All right, and who do I have on behalf of the applicant?
Barry Sickles, attorney for Equipment Trucking.
And what is your name? I'm sorry, sir. What is your name?
Barry Sickles, I'm the attorney for Equipment Trucking, and Richard Bennett.
Is it the screen that says Barry Sickles? Is that what I'm?
Yes, sir. How do I make
Okay,
that?
I can hear you, but I can't see you.
How do we fix that?
There should be something at your end that allows you to share your video.
That didn't do it.
Or are you appearing as the attorney for the applicant?
Yes, sir.
Or I don't need to. If you're appearing as counsel, I don't have to swear you in. If you want to go ahead and you can go ahead and announce your appearance again, and you can tell me about the case.
Yes, sir. My name is Barry Sickles. I'm the attorney for Equipment Trucking and Richard Bennett. Mr. Bennett bought this property. Mr. Bennett is a solo practitioner. He owns a trucking company, which takes a lot of his time. He made some money and bought this as an investment, got inundated, didn't understand what was going on. Then he fixed everything as soon as he could. He came to me about the rental license, and I explained to him, no, it's not something that's handled later. This has to be done now before we can get a hearing. So he did it immediately after speaking to me. He didn't understand. We're asking for a reduction in the fine, as the violations that existed for any length of time was only the rental license. Everything else was cleared as soon as they possibly could. We're looking for a reduction in the fine as assessed at $29,600.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Sickles. Anything else from the city on this one?
That the city disagrees with, it was done as soon as they could. He waited to talking to the attorney to get the rental license, but parking and landscape took a while to get done too. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, the man owns his own company and works alone. He couldn't get there to do it.
While the city can appreciate that thought, it's still the owner's responsibility to take care of these issues, especially for an investment property.
Okay, I got it. All right, I appreciate the testimony from the city, and I appreciate the information from the applicant's attorney. In this case, we have a lien of $29,600. Based on what I've heard, I'm going to agree to reduce that to $8,000 payable within 30 days.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay.
Oh, shoot. Man.
Other matter number
Here we go.
2. Nine, 12, 13, and 14 are all the same address.
9,
4,000
12, 13, and 14.
4,000
Okay.
Greenwood Avenue. And the case numbers are as follows. CE 1201-0246, that is other matter number 2. Other matter number 9 is case number CE 05090479. Other matter number 12, CE 08050078. Other matter number 13, CE 09060381. And other matter number 14, CE 09090537.
Man. There we go. All right, Mr. Posner, I was just looking at the property appraiser printout on this. I'm ready when you are.
All right, as she stated, it's 5 liens on the same property. Going in chronological order, oldest first. Case ending in 479, 4,000 Greenwood. Date order 12/7/05, fine started 1/7/06, ran for 123 days. Total $12,300. Fine was $100 a day. Date of compliance 5/10/06. On all of these, it's a new owner. Second one, case ending in 078. 4,000 Greenwood, date ordered 7/11/08, fine started 8/11/08. Ran for 2,117 days. Total $211,700. $100 a day, date of compliance 5/29/14. That was for a boarding certificate. Case ending at 381, 4,000 Greenwood. Date ordered 7/29/09, fine started 6/2/09, ran for 41 days. Total $4,100, $100 a day, date of compliance 7/13/09. This was a repeat violation based on CE 08040466. Case ending in 5/37, 4,000 Greenwood, 11/18/09, 9/11/09 was when the fine started. Ran for 39 days, total $4,875, $125 a day, date of compliance 10/20/09. Also a repeat violation using the previous lien case that I went over as the basis for that. A case ending in 246, 4,000 Greenwood, date order 3/21/12, fine started 1/19/12. Ran for 26 days, $650 is the total. $25 a day, date of compliance 2/14/12. Also a repeat, citing both of those previous cases. That's the basis for the repeat. The city's asking for a standard 25% on all.
All right, just give me a quick second here to Excuse me. Okay. Oh. Okay, and then I have, what is your name, sir?
My name is Alvin Belfleur. Good morning.
Mr. Belfleur, let me go ahead and swear you in. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury, your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, go ahead and tell me your full name and address, and then you can tell me about the request for the reduction.
My full name is Alvin Belfleur, address 4000 Greenwood, West Palm Beach, Florida.
All right, go ahead, sir.
We're here on a lien reduction really as a result of the pandemic. This is a rental property for us and we have tenants. The tenants are displaying an inability to pay. We're looking to refinance the property in order to keep the property. This has created great financial stress on myself and on my wife. We bought the property initially, Your Honor, in 2013. All of the lien reduction, all the liens that were assessed on this property were an attempt of the city to encourage the previous owner to repair the property. The property was in great disrepair. The city was unsuccessful in getting that owner to do anything. In fact, he had completely abandoned the property. And with Your Honor's permission, I'd like to screen share an image of the property when we initially bought it.
Sure, go ahead.
Can Your Honor see this?
Yes, I see.
So this is the property. Initially, when we purchased it in 2013, it was boarded. It was in complete disrepair. Some additional pictures. It had graffiti on it. The previous owner had done nothing to repair the property. We came in immediately after purchasing the property in 2013. I'm going to close the screen share at this point. And in 2013, we immediately pulled a permit. I can share the permit numbers with you, but we pulled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 permits on this particular property in order to repair the property and to bring it into compliance. We have roofing permits, gas permits, water heater change-out permits, electrical permits. We've installed new windows and doors, all permitted. We immediately worked alongside with the city of West Palm Beach to make the property not a blighted property that it was previously, but a property that was in good shape, in good repair, and a property that would reflect the beautiful standards of the city of West Palm Beach. My wife and I did that. We worked day jobs. So we were there at the property working in the evenings ourselves. I'd like to screen share some other pictures to Your Honor if you'd like to see some of the in progress stuff that we've did. This is back in 2013, 2014.
Yeah, I would be interested to see that.
Sure. So this is the initial pictures. This is when we initially painted the building. This is back in 2013. As you can see, the property even next door to us was boarded up. So we were trying to make the property look nice, especially when you're surrounded by a lot of properties that were in disrepair. So we fixed the windows, all the windows were broken. And as you can see, the rear unit in this picture was still boarded because we can only work on one unit at a time, pursuant to our financial capabilities at that time. As I said, my wife and I both worked day jobs. So it was great difficulty for us to slowly, with the limited access to capital that we had, to bring the property, to repair the property. But we did. As you can see here, my little truck here, we worked in the evening, we painted it, did most of the repairs ourselves. And in this picture, you'll even see my wife painting some portion of the front door here. So this has been really a labor of love for my wife and I to be able to take this property from a property that the city had an inability to encourage the previous owner to repair. We partnered up with the city to bring this property into compliance. There are an outstanding amount of liens on this property. And we're trying at this point in time to keep our tenants and to refinance the property so that we can keep the property. But the property's been encumbered by these liens. And that's why we're asking for a lien reduction as low as possible so that we can then obtain a refinance so that we can keep the property. Especially
Let me-
showing all the work that we've put into.
All right, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate that. Let me just ask Mr. Posner, do you have any questions or response, especially to the photographs that we looked at?
Yes, sir. Three main points. And the city, of course, agrees that they fixed up the property. Had they not, it wouldn't be here. They purchased the property in 2013. Based on the condition, I would assume is the reason the purchase price was just $8,500. They've been renting it since 2014, so their efforts have certainly been rewarded. And they chose to ignore these liens for 6 years until now when they were ready to refinance. Other than that, the 25% is the standard request.
If I may, Your Honor, respond?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I disagree with Mr. Posner. And back in 2014, the year only about 8 or 9 months after we bought the property, we did put an application in for lien reduction. However, we were subjugated from completing that lien reduction in 2014 because of the excessive amount of water that the previous owner had acquired on the property. There was over $15,000 in back due water bills that had to be paid on the properties. This was an amount that my wife and I could not afford. It took us many years to be able to save that money. We delivered and paid the full amount of the back water just last month. I have the receipt here. We paid $15,000 to the city in back water that the previous owner had acquired from 2007 up until 2013 when we purchased the property. So these were all bills that we paid on behalf of the previous owner. So we were unable to do it at that time in 2014 when we got it. So this is what brings us here back 7 years later when we were able to recoup and save up money again 7 years later to come before you in 2020 to ask for this lien reduction. It has been a struggle. I'm not sure Mr. Posner was aware of that, but that's why we're here today.
And I will ask him about that in a minute. But before I go back, I had a question for you. Do you have a idea of how much you have invested in the rehabilitation of the property beyond forget the water bills, but actually putting work into the property to renovate it?
Beside my wife and I's sweat equity, which I can't even put a number on that, Your Honor, it's probably in excess of close to 200,000. I've even had to borrow a little bit from my mother.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Posner, do you have any response on the testimony about the water bills and the payoff on that?
Yes, sir. That would certainly be a mitigating factor, but they did not include that information in the application. So we were unaware of that until now.
That's what I suspected.
Based on that and the size of the largest lien, 211,000 something, we would reduce our ask to 10%.
Okay.
I can respond to that, Your Honor.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
I do appreciate Mr. Posner saying 10%, but I think in light of all the work that we've been through, this has been a 7-year ordeal. And the fact that the city was unable to encourage the previous owner to do anything, we came in and responded and was the answer to a problem that the city was unable themselves to correct. And we would ask that Your Honor not punish us for the actions of a previous owner. That's why we're asking for a lien reduction, really the lowest amount. Bear in mind that my wife and I were working people, so we were not a corporation, we're not a big corporation. We don't have access to much capital. And again, we came in and partnered with the city to take care of a problem that the city had just left there for many years that the previous owner did not didn't move on. And we came in and we believe we did our best to resolve it. And we want to continue to do that. That's why we want to keep the property, keep the tenants in there.
All right. I am impressed with everything that you've put into this, including the sweat equity and the payment of all the backwater bills and doing it correctly with building permits and that sort of thing. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 5 cases. The total amount of the lien all told is about 233,600 and change. For the sake of paperwork, Kristen, for agenda items, other matter number 2, or well, hang on. You're gonna have to figure out the. I'm gonna zero out all of the liens except for the $211,000 one, whichever one that is.
Number
Case
9.
ending, it's case ending in 078.
Okay.
And on that one, I'm gonna reduce that. Like I said, I'm very impressed with everything that's happened with this property. I think it certainly looks like an asset to the city at this point. So I'm going to reduce that one to $5,000. Sir, how long would it take you to pay that? I can give you a lot of time.
It's going to take me quite a while. 5,000 is not something that I come across very easily. I'd ask the court if they reconsider that.
If I give you like 9 months to pay that, I mean, I think I appreciate everything you've done on the city side of the equation. It expended probably at least that much in dealing with all this, and while the previous owner, it is the previous owner's problem, or the problem was created by the previous owner, there is still some consideration I have to give for the fact that I, in my view, the city is entitled to recover some amount of its effort in getting to where we are, which is why, this is probably less than 1%. But like as I can do, I've given people as much as 9 months. I'll even stretch that out to 12 months. Again, I'm very impressed with everything that's happened, but based on everything I've heard, I think that's kind of where I landed in my head.
Okay, Your Honor, I think that I'm going to acquiesce to the better decision of the court. If you say 9 months, then, but again, I would renew my appeal to the court to lower it, even lower, because that's not, raising that type of capital is difficult for us, and it takes quite a bit of time.
I understand. I'm gonna leave it at the 5, but I'm gonna give you 12 months to pay that.
Thank you for hearing us out this afternoon.
Thank you. And again, I am impressed, and I congratulate you on everything that you've done.
Thank you, sir. How do
All
I
right.
documentation related to this?
There will be an order that is sent to you, and it'll have instructions and contact information on there.
Okay, very well.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, you have a good day.
Okay, moving to other matter number 5. Case number CE 20010514. Case address 751st Street. We have Villa Hermosa in the chambers. Good morning.
325 Executive Center. Am I not seeing the pop on that one? Oh, I'm on the wrong, hang on, I'm in the wrong part of the agenda. Other matter number 5. 751st Street is the address?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm caught up. All right, I'm ready. Go ahead, Mr. Posner.
Case ending in 514 751st Street. Date ordered 3/4 of 20, fine started 4/5 of 20, ran for 36 days, total $3,600. Fine was $100 a day, date of compliance 5/11 of 20. This is the same owner. Mitigation is the case was complied. At the time of application for this lien reduction, it was rented without a license. Fine ran for trash and debris, bare landscape and overgrowth. Same owner as city's asking for 30%.
All right, let me hear, let's see, I have the applicants in the chambers, I think. Where did they go? Okay, can I get your, let me go ahead and swear you folks in. You swear or affirm under penalties of perjury, your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, one at a time, tell me your names and addresses, and then you can tell me about the request.
My name is Josephine Villahermosa, the owner of 751st Street, West Palm Beach, Florida.
Okay.
Does he want to go too?
My name is Samson Villahermosa, and the owner of 754th Street.
Okay, whichever one of you wants to go first, go ahead.
Yes, Honor. Before we receive the lien, I have a tenant there. We received the notice, it's like late. The hearing is like March 4, and then my tenant, they gave the notice like March 6 already.
Okay.
And we see that we try to knock the door, and we want to talk to them because of the violation, and they don't want to open the door, and we want to see the house on the yard, but we try to knock the door, they don't open it, they don't want to talk to us. So when the officer came there, and she saw all less of the violation, and the time we start to clean the house, the backyard, and we put the landscaping, and we keep the property clean already.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Anything, sir, that you wanted to add?
We just maintain ourselves there, keep and clean the house, because our tenant before is going crazy. So we try to force kick out. So I have a new tenant now. It's very nice person.
And also, Your Honor, when we try to evict them to him out the house, they start to destroy the house and they don't pay the rent.
So I have a question. According to the agenda that I'm looking at, all of the violations were violations that were on the outside and in the yard. So I'm not understanding why you needed to get into the house to take care of those.
Sorry.
No, last time, sir, when the tenant
we spoke before he go there. He's the one to maintain the yard because he have a big dog there. So he's the one to clean
Yeah.
all everything.
We cannot go in because if they have a big dog. So they lock the door. I think there are like, what do you call it? And we cannot go in to clean the backyard, the yard, the property outside and inside.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anything else from the city on this case?
If I followed that correctly, you already answered one of the questions regarding the outside violations. Clearly, they had issues with the tenant, but as far as not knowing about this right away, notice was sent out in January to the Papa address, which if you'll look at the current Papa sheet, they still haven't changed the mailing address to their own address. It goes to that residence. So that's why they wouldn't have received the notice in a timely manner.
Yeah, I have that up here, not on the Zoom, but on my other screen. All right. Is there anything else you folks want to tell me on this case?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Right now, the lien is $3,600. You know, I've based on what I've heard and the testimony, I'm going to agree. Really, I'm only going to reduce this to $2,000. I think that given what I've heard, that's fair and appropriate, payable within 30 days. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Other matter number 1. Other matter number 4 are the same address. And other matter number 3 is the same owner. Do you want to call them together or separately?
Together, we'd prefer.
Yeah, me too. Let's do them all together.
Okay, other matter number 1, case number CE10090055. And other matter number 4, case number CE16020224, case address 2031 Dock Street. And other matter number 3, case number CE18070597, 1217 Whitney Street.
Okay, all right. Go ahead, Mr. Posner. I'm ready when you are.
Okay, just a little pre-background. This is a little bit of a repeat for you. This was continued from a lien reduction hearing back at the beginning of the pandemic. The owner and his attorney had raised an issue that you had requested we research, which we did. But based on the pandemic and then some other delays from the attorney he had at the time, we didn't get back here till now. My understanding is he no longer has that attorney. So he's representing himself at this point.
Oh, and I sort of remember doing that, but I don't remember what the issue was at this point.
Understood. It's been quite a few months.
Yeah, but I do remember, I remember what you're saying, but I don't remember what the issue was, so.
Understood. I've got the Whitney property first, case ending in 597. 1217 Whitney Street, date ordered 9/19 of 18, fine started 7/20 of 18, ran for 94 days. Total $47,000, was $500 a day, date of compliance 10/22 of 18. Was a repeat violation for unpaved parking. Also the same case number because it was a split order. Date ordered 9/19 of 18, fine started 10/22 of 18, ran for 51 days, total $12,750. $250 a day, 12/12 of 18. Violations were junk vehicle outside storage, trash can stored in view, prohibited vehicles, unpermitted work. It was for shutters and parking in the swale. Total of 11 cases under the same ownership. City's asking for 50%. 2031 Dock Street has 2 separate liens. One case ending in 055, date ordered 1/19 of 2011, fine started 3/21/2011. Ran for 147 days, total $7,350. It was $50 a day. Date of compliance 8/15 of 2011. Case ending in 2/24/2031, Dock Street. Date ordered 4/20 of 16, fine started 5/21 of 16. Ran for 895 days, total $89,500. Daily fine was $100 a day. Date of compliance 11/2 of 18. For both cases, it's the same owner. 25 cases under same ownership, so clearly a case of the city managing the property. City's asking for 50% on both. First time I met with the owner regarding any of this, when I pointed out the case history, his only response was, but we complied all those. And that's true, but it's clearly a case of the city having to do the managing, and then they respond, rather than them taking care of the property. Additional points of dealing with this particular owner is for one of these cases, after the officer cited the cases and of course took the pictures of the property, their response was to call up and complain that he was taking pictures of his wife, which based on the pictures in the case, it was just property pictures. The other issue is the largest fine kept running due to a non-rental license, and the city disputes with them whether or not it's being rented. The legal department told us we had to comply the case because an officer, without knowledge of the case, did accept a non-rental affidavit. But the city's contention is that these are still unrelated people living there. Having done a skip trace on a number of the names showing up on the water bills, no relationship was seen on any of these people. Now, the issue that was brought up at the last hearing was that they were cited for unpaved parking, and their contention was that the parcel where this parking was actually city property, and it turned out they were only half correct. Let me see if I can share this map. All right. Give me a second, share. Is that visible?
Yes, sir.
Okay, the red box is actually around the property that we're talking about here on Dock Street.
Okay.
Just above that red box, you can see it's half grass and half paved. At
Yes.
the time of the case, that was all grass. And that is city property, so they're right about that, but it's not a parcel. That is a right of way, and property owners, according to code, are responsible for up to half that right of way from their property line. So the unpaved parking was still their responsibility. In addition to that, can I share something else, or are you still watching this, sir?
I have it. No, you can, I got the picture. You can change it.
Technical difficulties.
He's gonna call you.
Sorry, magistrate, I'm having trouble.
That's okay.
getting this to try this.
We can see that photo.
Okay, so it is sharing the photo of the vehicles.
I see the RV and the gray truck.
These are many of the vehicles in question. The RV, which was the prohibited vehicle, there is, you can see where it zoomed in on the license plate. The license plate shows to belong to a relative of the owner's wife. The owner's wife is Jennifer Hastings. More importantly, the unpaved parking, if you can see the yellow truck, it's for Breeze pressure washing. Okay, Breeze pressure washing is a business that is licensed in the city of West Palm Beach, coming back to the respondent, Maurice Stewart. These are their own vehicles parked there. So it's not a city parcel, it's a right of way they're responsible for, and it's their vehicles parked there. So
Gotcha.
that concludes what you had asked us to look into. Now, if I can figure out how to unshare everything and return this, or if the moderator can do that for me.
There we go. Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Posner, and reminding me of what we were dealing with back then. All right, let me go ahead and swear you in, sir. You swear or affirm under penalties of perjury your testimony will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and tell me your name and address again, and then you can talk to me about the request for the lien reduction again.
My name is Maurice Stewart. I live at 1217 Whitney.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Yes, sir. I'd like to say, let me start from the beginning. It started in 2003 to 2004. I built my dream home at 2031 Dock Street that you see. On 2004, my dad passed away. After that, the hurricane hit. Filled my house, almost killed my daughter because the city didn't open the gates. It started there. So if my dad wouldn't have passed, I would have been 6 kids in my brand new house I lost due to that. So I had to move to 1217 Whitney to occupy where my dad just passed away, or I would have been homeless.
Okay.
The city, okay, that's the reason I'm going on. The reason I'm saying that, the rental, what he's saying about the rental. Only reason I stopped living there because I was afraid to live there. I moved 6 kids from a brand new place I just built, 4 bedrooms, 2 bath, to a 2 bedroom, 1 bath. So I didn't even get to live in it. I didn't even get the CO on it before the hurricane hit. The city didn't open the floodgates. So I had to end up paying all the money. City didn't give me anything for that disaster at Pineapple Park. It was all over the news. So I let relatives live there. Well, I wouldn't have moved 6 kids into a 2 bedroom after leaving a 4-2 just built, didn't even have the final inspection yet. So on that matter, for the lien thing, I have signed affidavits from each person that lives there saying they don't pay me anything. My house where I live, I can afford. I don't ask anything, I pay for everything. My house is paid for. I'm just an ordinary working guy. I had to raise the 6 kids in that 2 bedroom because I didn't have money to make that bigger. So I'm still, now luckily one of my kids in the Army, and those 3 kids are going, I only have 2 left. So that's no problem now. But what Mr. Mitch was saying about the vehicles, he's correct on where the Bolton thing was. And I have, once the city realized it was on their property, they sent the tow truck to tow it away. That's a bill from the city, from the tow truck company. So instead of saying, hey, what I feel, I don't know if I'm right, instead of saying, hey, we made a mistake. Once they figured it out, even the cop, when he got there, he said, hey, the city said, no wonder it hasn't moved because it's on their property, not yours. So that's why they towed the vehicle away. And I think they should have towed the vehicles away instead of putting a lien on my property. Because if you park anywhere in Palm Beach County illegally, they tow your vehicle. They don't put a lien on your house. So all this goes back, and what he's saying about the RV, my wife, dad died, so she's sentimental. So I was trying, she hold on to everything. Everything you see, if he reads it, gonna say Dale Hastings, even on the 1217 Whitney thing, everything's gonna say Dale Hastings. Once the city got on me, I convinced my wife, we got to sell it. That's it.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate that.
I've been
Go ahead.
doing this thing for 30 years. I can't lose it.
Thank you. Anything else from the city?
Yes, sir. I don't know anything about the issues from the hurricane. Once again, this is an issue first being raised at a hearing as opposed to providing that information ahead of time on the application. Regardless, just to remind the magistrate, for 2031 Dock Street, 25 cases from the city under his ownership. All 17. I'm
All
sorry.
right, thank you, Mr. Yep.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, Mr. Stewart, hold on.
Yes, sir.
Hold on. Posner, were you finished?
Yes, sir. Just the case history under his ownership there.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
Yes,
Stewart.
sir. I took pictures last night. Even Officer Mr. Williams, when he was handling my area, he's still there. Where my property is, there is no dumping grounds. My property is the only spot where people, is all rentals. I took pictures last night. Everybody's a rental except for me. You look at histories, people been living there 30 years, 5 years. And in 30 years I've owned that place, 4 people lived there, 30 years. And I can't control or watch every time somebody put garbage on my side. Only thing I'm in justice of is parking vehicles. That's it.
Okay, thank you, sir. Kristen, on agenda item number 3, since that was a split order, do I need to deal with those separately or?
However you want to do it. I will tell you that there's 2 different fines accruing in our system.
Then
So-
I'll go ahead and deal with them separately if they're. That's what I thought. So I'll deal with them separately.
Sorry, one more thing.
Go ahead, Mr. Stewart.
Please, the lawyer, I had lawyers, thousands of dollars. I got rid of them, even though that's not the court's problem. I've been dealing with this for a long time. Every time I put into something, the city finds something else. They ran me through the ground I've been trying to get to court. I would have never let my properties get fines like this. I didn't even know Dock Street had a fine. I even fixed the problems at Whitney, paid my reduction fee. And then they called me and said, hey, we can't do anything till you take care of Dock Street. I said, what do you mean? I just got the CO on the shutters. Monique told me it was nothing left. Oh, you got fines. I never knew I had fines. I never would have let this guy out of hand like this. That's it, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
So with all 3 cases and all 4 liens, it appears that there currently is a total of $156,600 in outstanding liens on this case. The city's request is for a reduction of no more than half of that, which would be about $75,000 and change, all told.
Sir, can I say one more thing, sir? I just got one more thing to say. When I did have a lawyer, he said he never even, I'm getting charged $500 a day for parking cars. That is not, he said he never heard of anything like that except for hazardous construction sites, big things like that, not parking on the grass for $500 a day.
All right, this one's a little more complicated because we got two properties with different addresses and different liens. So just bear with me a minute here while I look at a couple things.
Any more?
There's the rest of the cases are all, nobody showed up for them, yeah.
All right, this is a really hard one. Here's what I have come up with, what I think is the appropriate reduction. So, and let's see, agenda items number 1 and 4 are the same address. Agenda item number 1, the total lien amount is $7,350. I'm going to reduce that one to $500. And agenda item number 4, the total lien amount is $89,500. I'm going to agree to reduce that one to $7,500. And agenda item number 3, it's one case, but it's got 2 liens running. The one lien is $47,000. I'm going to agree to reduce that one to $4,000, and the $12,750 to $2,500. I'll give you 12 months to pay those. So that's what, 7, 8, 9, 12, 14,500 is the total from 156.6.
There is no way you can do better than that, because I can't.
Did you get that, Kristen?
I did.
Okay.
I'm the only one working in my family. A year, $14,000.
You know, the city, Mr. Stewart, I understand, and as I said, this is a hard one. The city wanted me to reduce that to way less than that, or to which would have put it at about almost $80,000. So I'm reducing it significantly more than even the city requested, and I'm giving you a substantial amount of time to pay it. So no, that is based on everything I've heard, that is the best I can do, sir. So
okay.
Thank you very much.
What was the total, sir?
And 8, 12, 14, 5. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have any respondents left, or is it just staff
It's
at this
just
point?
the rest of the agenda.
Do we need to take 5, or you want to push through?
I'm okay if you are.
Let's do 5.
You need 5, Monique? Okay.
That's fine. Let's
We all need.
be back and going no later than 1 o'clock.
Sounds good.
That's about 7 minutes.
Okay.
Now I can.
All right, ready when you are.
I burned my mouth, I'm sorry.
Thanks for our break.
Okay. Matter number 3, CE 2007-0253, 504 36th Street.
Officer Luster, West Palm Beach Code. This property was cited for rental license and certificate of use. Certified mail was signed on 7/18/2020. Property was posted on 8/31/2020. I have had communications with the persons on site at the property, and I'm asking for 30 days or $100 per day after.
Okay. We have no respondents on Zoom at this point or in the chambers, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. I'll find proper notice with certified mail and the posting. I will find property remains in violation as cited and accept the city's recommendation for an additional 30 days and thereafter $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Matter number 6, CE 2006-0218-442 Northwood Road. And I emailed you the order for this one.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Joseph Oliva, Chronic Nuisance Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was declared a chronic nuisance on 6/19/2020. The declaration was posted on 6/19/2020 and certified mail sent on 6/19/2020. There has been no contact with the owner or an action plan to date. The notice of violation was posted on 7/7/2020 and certified mail sent on 7/8/2020. The property has been owned since May of 2015. Its previous adjudications are CE 191000409, 11/22/2019 for overgrown lot, several chronic nuisance issues, and the property has been cited 4 other times. The city requests that the special magistrate find a pattern of nuisance activity and enter a chronic nuisance service order for services to be provided by the city to include but not limited to landscape maintenance, removal of trash and debris, trimming of any trees and hedges, and access to the property and any other abatement methods necessary to keep this property in compliance.
All right, thank you. I will find proper notice with your posting and certified mail based on the photographs I'm reviewing and your testimony. I will find a pattern of chronic nuisance activity, enter a chronic nuisance service order that authorizes the city to enter the property, abate the nuisance violations, landscaping, trash, overgrown trees, and assess those costs.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just realized I was muted.
Yep.
Matter number 13, CE 2008-0260-744 44th Street.
All right, good morning, City of West Palm, Chris speaking. I'm sorry. Sorry. Good morning, City of West Palm, Chris Thompson, code enforcement. This property at 744 44th Street was cited on 8/24/2020. Notice of violation was posted at City Hall on 8/25/2020. Certified mail was sent on 8/25/2020. Property was cited for safe egress, outdoor storage, overgrowth, and trash can placement. As of yesterday, I have not made contact with the homeowner. The city is requesting additional 30 days to come to compliance or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Okay, we'll find proper notice with the posting and with the certified mail. based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find the property remains in violation as cited, and I'll accept the recommendation for an additional 30 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 14, case number CE 2009002743 45th Street.
Property at 432 45th Street was cited on 9/2/2020. Notice of violation was posted at City Hall on 9/2/2020. Certified mail was sent out on 9/2/2020. Property was cited for trash can placement. As of yesterday, I have not made contact with the homeowner, and the property is still not in compliance. So it is requesting additional 10 days to come into compliance or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
All right, I will find proper notice with certified mail and posting. Based on the photographs and the testimony, I will find the property remains in violation as cited, accept the recommendation for an additional 10 days to comply, and thereafter daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 15, CE 200602971435 North Australian Avenue.
Sandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement with the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on June 25th. Certified mail was received June 29th. The property and City Hall were posted July 1st. The property was cited for 105.1, 1816A, 94442E, 944462, and 9482A. I've had contact with the property owner. At this time, the city is requesting an additional 90 days or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Okay. I will find proper notice with the certified mail and with the posting. Is it that white fence in the front that didn't
That's
get the
not my,
permit?
that's not the property.
Oh, no, sorry, shutters. Oh, that picture's the last case.
Yeah, that's from the last property.
So this was it storm shutters that didn't get the permit on your case?
Sir.
It just, okay. Yeah, let me get the current pictures up. But I will find proper notice. Are those the shutters in question?
Yes, sir.
Got it. And then that was the vehicle parked improperly.
Yeah, in the front and in the back of the property.
All right, then based on those photographs in your testimony, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept your recommendation and allow an additional 90 days for compliance. And then after that, daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 17, CE 20080237 418 20th Street.
Sandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement with the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited August 20th. Certified mail was received on August 26th. The property and City Hall were posted on September 3rd. The property was cited for 1816A, 74-4C5, and 7894C. I've had contact with one of the estate members. At this time, the city is requesting an additional 10 days or $50 per day until compliance is achieved. The violation is the parkway. I'm not sure if you can really see it. It's just badly overgrown. It hasn't been cut for a long period of time.
Right there?
Yeah.
Okay, yep, I see. I will find proper notice with certified mail and posting. Based on the photographs in your testimony, I'll find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept your recommendation for an additional 10 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $50 per day until compliance is achieved.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we are jumping to Matter number 55. One of the code officers has to leave, so we're just gonna do his cases.
Okay.
Case number CE 20020435, 2315 Dock Street.
All right, Don Williams, Code Enforcement. This property was cited February 27, 2020. Certified mail sent out August 14, 2020. I hand delivered the actually violation on August 25th, 2020. I did have contact with the owner of the property, and the violation was 18106B, which is excessive growth. 34-102A, junk and abandoned vehicle, and 9471C, outdoor storage. And one that has complied, 34-102A, which is junk and abandoned vehicle, has been complied. Everything else is still outstanding. So I'm asking 30 days to comply and $100 a day after that.
All right, thank you. I will find proper notice with your hand delivery. Based on the testimony, I'll find the property has complied with City Code Section 34-102A, but remains in violation of the other cited code sections. I'll accept the recommendation for the additional 30 days to bring those remaining violations into compliance and daily fines of $100 per day thereafter until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 56, CE 20020442, 1008 Sunset Road.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement. Cited this property on February 27, 2020. Certified mail was received August 15, 2020. The property was actually posted August 25th, 2020. Contact has been made with the owner. The violations are 18106A, clean and unsanitary condition, 18106B, excessive growth, 18106G, paint exterior, and 18106L with landscape requirements needing sod on the property. I'm going to ask for 60 days to comply and or $100 a day fine if not achieved.
Okay. What needed the exterior paint?
The property itself.
Oh, I see. There's the picture. Yep. All right. I will find proper notice with the certified mail and the posting. I will find, based on the photographs and the testimony, the property remains in violation as cited, accept the recommendation for an additional 60 days to comply and thereafter daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 57 and 58 are identical. Case number CE 200600257, 600 Biscayne Drive.
Williams again, Code Enforcement. Cited this property on June 24th, 2020. Certified mail mailed out August 14th, 2020. And actually posted the property August 26th, 2020. The violations are 104-4, which is inspections needed, or 105.1, which failed to get a building permit. He actually has the permit, but they're just waiting on the inspection from the city. So once that inspections are done, he will be complied. So I'm asking 30 days to get those inspections or $100 a day fine thereafter.
So is 105.1 in compliance now?
Yes, that is, yes.
Okay.
You just need the inspection.
All right. I will find proper notice with certified mail in the posting. I will find property remains in violation of 104.4 of the building code, but has complied with 105.1. I'll allow the additional 30 days to comply with get the inspection. What was your recommendation on the fine?
$100 a day.
I'll so ordered. Thank you.
Case number CE 200800056, matter number 60, case address 515 Canoga Drive.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement. This property is actually cited August 7th, 2020. Certified mail sent August 24th, and the property was posted August 28th. This is a vacant property, no contact with the owners of the property. The violation was 18106B, excessive growth, 18106E, terminate for pests, which is bees on the property, and 18215B for a failure to comply. There are health and safety issues with the property with the overgrowth, and there are a large amount of bees on that property as well. So I'm asking 10 days to comply or an abatement, immediate abatement after 10 days.
So ordered. I will find proper notice, based on the evidence and testimony. Properties remains in violation as cited. I'll allow 10 days, for the respondent to comply. Thereafter, the city is authorized to enter the property, abate the violations, and assess those costs.
Thank you, sir.
Back to matter number 18, case number CE 20060189, case address 5400 East Avenue.
Code enforcement, 5400 East Avenue was cited on 6/16/20. Posted on 6/20/20 and certified mail was sent on 6/17/20. The property was cited 94-302A4 and 18-106G as well as 26-35. As it's a repeat violation, the city's asking for $100 per day for code section 18-106G. It has been out of compliance a total of 91 days. And the city is asking to continue the $100 per day until the property comes into compliance. As for code section 94-302-A4, the city is asking for $100 per day for that section as well.
Is that also a repeat violation, 94-302-A4?
That one, it did comply when it was initially cited, so I'm not citing that one as a repeat. It's only the 1810G.
So separately, you just want $100 a day for that.
All right, if it's not a repeat though, I need to give them some time to comply on the non-repeat.
Yes, for that one, I'm actually asking for 30 days to come into compliance with that one.
Okay. I do find proper notice with the posting in the certified mail. What was the when was the previous case that made the paint violation a repeat?
That one was in 2018. It's case number CE 19040432.
And that came into compliance before this violation occurred?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so I will find that the property remains in violation as cited. I will find that the violation of 18106G is a repeat violation. For 94-302-A4, I will allow an additional 30 days to comply, and thereafter daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved. For the repeat violation 18106G, I will assess $100 per day fines beginning when the violation was observed, which I think you said was 90 days ago.
Yes, on June 16th.
And continuing until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 19, CE 20060284 910 39th Court.
Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement, 91039th Court was cited on 6/25/20. The property in City Hall were posted on 6/29/20 and certified mail was sent on 6/26/20. The property was cited for 110.1, 18-106M, 94-302A3, 94-442C1, and 94-442E. I've had contact with the owner. The property has complied with all code sections with the exception of 110.1. The city is asking for an additional 30 days or $50 per day until compliance is achieved.
All right, I will find proper notice with posting and certified mail based on the testimony and the photographs I've observed. I will find the property has now complied with all code sections cited in the notice, except for building code section 110.1 requiring the inspection of the new fence. I'll accept the recommendation to allow an additional 30 days for compliance with that, and thereafter daily fines of $50 per day.
Matter number 20, CE 20060341 3801 Westview Avenue.
Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code, 3801 Westview Avenue was cited on 6/30/20. The property in City Hall were posted on 7/9/20 and certified mail was sent on 7/2/20. The property was cited for 4-273D 31B, 18-106M, 7894A, 94482A, 94442C1, and 94442E. The property has complied with all code sections with the exception of 4-442C1 and 94-442E. I've had contact with the owner. The city is asking for an additional 30 days or $100 per day until the property comes into compliance.
All right, so it's just the sodding that's left to do.
Correct.
It's sod in the swale and the other open spaces. All right, I will find proper notice based on posting and certified mail. Based on testimony and the evidence, I will find the property is now complied with all code sections cited except for 94-442C1 and 94-442E. I'll accept the recommendation for an additional 30 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 22, case number CE 20020091, 2417 Spruce Avenue, rescheduled. Matter number 25, CE 20070181, 630 South Stepadilla Avenue, Unit 319.
That's complied. 25 is complied.
Okay. Matter number 26, CE 20070189, 630 South Stepadilla Avenue, Unit 331.
Good afternoon, Officer Levine, City of West Palm Beach Code. This property was filed for rental license and certificate of use. Service was accomplished by certified mail. I've had no contact with the property owner, and there isn't an active application in the system. The city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter.
All right, I will find proper notice with certified mail, and in this case, based on the testimony, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the recommendation to allow an additional 30 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $200 per day until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 27, CE 20070209, 701 South Olive Avenue, Unit 203.
This property too was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Service was accomplished by certified mail. I've had no contact with the property owner, and there isn't an active application in the system. City is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter.
Thank you. I will find proper notice with your certified mail. Based on the testimony, I'll find the property remains in violation as cited. Accept the recommendation to allow an additional 30 days for compliance. Thereafter, $200 per day until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 28, CE 20070211, 701 South Olive Avenue, Unit 608.
This property too was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. The property was posted on 7/31/2020. There is an active application in the system for a license. However, there isn't a payment. I spoke to the owner, Mr. Helms, probably about a week and a half ago about the payment, and I also spoke to him on Monday, sent him the link on Monday, and he assured that the payment was going to be made. However, I'm looking at it right now, the payment still has not been made, so the city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter.
I heard you say that there was posting. Was there also certified mail?
Yes, certified mail was returned.
Okay, then I'll find with the posting and the return certified mail, you have proper service. I'll find property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the recommendation for an additional 30 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $200 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Matter number 29, CE 2008002653 131st Street.
Laura Borsfield, Code Enforcement. Per sections 18209A and 18212C, the owners of vacant properties, whether they have a structure or not, are required to register the property with the city or by going through a third party, pro champs, and paying a $250 registration fee. This requires the owner to post the property with the name and 24-hour contact of the local property manager. ProChamps was sent the notification, or I'm sorry, ProChamps sent out a notification April 22nd, 2020. Notice was sent by the city, certified and mailed on 8/5/2020. Property was posted and City Hall was posted on 8/10. As of 9/15/2020, the owner has not complied with this requirement. The city is asking that the magistrate find the property in violation, giving an additional 10 days for compliance or $25 a day until complied.
All right, thank you. I will find proper notice. I will also find the property remains in violation as cited and accept the recommendation for an additional 10 days to comply and thereafter $25 per day until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 30, CE 2008002838804 Greenwood Avenue.
For Borso Code Enforcement, again, 3804 Greenwood, per section 18209A and 18212C. Owners of vacant properties, whether they have a structure or not, are required to register the property with the city or by going through a third-party ProChamps and pay the $250 registration fee. This also requires the name of a 24-hour contact on the property. An obligation to register was issued by ProChamps on April 28th, 2020. A notice was sent certified and mailed by the city on 8/5/2020. The property was also posted on 8/10/2020. As of 9/15, the owner has still not complied with this requirement. The city is asking that the magistrate find the property in violation, giving an additional 10 days for compliance or $25 a day until complied. Long day.
Okay, no kidding. All right, thank you. I will find proper notice in this case. Based on the testimony, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. Accept the recommendation for an additional 10 days to comply. Thereafter, $25 per day until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 31, CE 2008000293402 Greenwood Avenue.
For Borso Code Enforcement, 3402 Greenwood, per sections 18209A and 18212C. Owners of vacant properties, whether they have a structure or not, are required to register the property with the city or by going through a third-party ProChamps and paying a $250 registration fee. They also are required to have the name and number of a 24-hour contact of the local property manager. On 5/1/2020, an obligation to register was sent to the owners by ProChamps. A notice was also sent by the city, certified mail and regular mail on 8/4/2020. The property was posted on 8/10/2020. As of 9/15, the owner has not complied with this requirement. The city is asking magistrate to find the property in violation, giving an additional 10 days for compliance or $25 a day until compliance.
All right, thank you. I will find proper notice in this case. I will find property remains in violation as cited. Accept the recommendation for 10 additional days to comply and thereafter daily fines of $25 per day until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 32, CE 2008003133318 Greenwood Avenue.
For Borso Code Enforcement, 3318 Greenwood, per sections 18209A and 18212C. The owners of vacant properties, whether they have a structure or not, are required to register the property and this with the city or by going through the third-party ProChamps and paying a $250 registration fee, as well as posting the property with the name and a 24-hour contact of a local property manager. ProChamps sent out an obligation to register to the property owner on April 28th, 2020. A notice was also sent by the city, certified and regular mail on 8/4/2020. Property and City Hall were posted on 8/10/2020. As of 9/15/2020, the owner has still not complied with this requirement. City is asking the magistrate to find the property in violation, giving an additional 10 days for compliance or $25 a day until compliance is achieved.
All right, thank you. I will find proper notice based on the certified mail and the posting. I will find based on the evidence that the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept the recommendation for an additional 10 days to comply and thereafter daily fines of $25 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Matter number 33, CE 20080731110 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard complied. Matter number 34, CE 200800152 1472 7th Street has complied. Matter number 35, CE 20080191 910 4th Street has complied. Matter number 36, CE 2008 0317 1311 11th Street has complied. Matter number 37, CE 20070145 550th Street.
City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance, Robert Watkins. This property was cited July the 10th. Certified mail was sent July the 13th. Certified mail was returned August the 6th. City Hall was posted August the 4th. This property was cited for 18-103E, 18-106G, 18-103B, 18-100, and 94-42-A. The city is requesting 20 days or $100 per day after. I know nothing had been complied as of yesterday.
All right, I will find proper notice with the certified mail and the posting. Based on the photographs and the testimony, I will find the property remains in violation as cited. Tell me again what remedy you're seeking.
20 days or $100 per day after.
All right, I'll accept that recommendation, allow an additional 20 days to comply, thereafter daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 38, CE 20070149 5212 Pinewood Avenue.
City of West Palm Beach, Robert Watkins. This property was cited July the 10th. Certified mail was sent July the 13th. Certified mail was received July 14th. This property was cited for 22-32A, 18-106A, 18-103E, 18-162A, 94-442-C-1, 18-106M, 94-71-C, 18-106G, 18-103B, and 18-100. Compliant violations were 18-106G, 18-100, 18-103B, 18-103E, 94-71C. Remaining violations, 22-32A, 18-106-A, 94-442-C-1, 18-106M, and 18-162A. The city is requesting an additional 30 days or $100 per day after. I have communicated with the homeowner. He's in the process of finishing his paint and doing landscaping, and just requested at least 29 days to get the sod brought in.
All right, I was trying to keep up and see if I was successful or not. I do find proper notice with the certified mail. Based on the testimony, I will find the property remains in violation of city code sections 2232A regarding the certificate of use, and let's see, 18106M, you said the landscape maintenance is still in violation.
Yep.
94-442 C1 regarding sodding is still in violation. I wrote 18106M down twice, and 18162A regarding the rental license.
Yes.
And everything else is complied.
Yes.
I have
There's-
18106A as well.
Yeah, 18-106A, 94.
That's an A, not an M. Yeah.
Mhm.
So clean and sanitary. Trash and debris still needs to be cleaned up.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I see. I can see what you mean in the photographs. All right, I will accept the recommendation to allow 30 additional days to cure those remaining outstanding violations, and thereafter daily fines of $100 per day. All other code sections are complied.
Matter number 39, CE 20070415 727 50th Street.
City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance, Robert Watkins. This property was cited July 27th. Certified mail was sent July 28th. Certified mail was received July 30th. This property was cited for 18-106M. 94-71C, 18-106G, 18-103B, and 18-100. Compliant violations were 18-100, 94-71C. Remaining violations are 18-106M, 18-106G, 18-103B. The city is requesting 30 days or $100 per day after. I've had communication with the homeowner as well. He's in the process of cleaning up and applying for their permits for re-siding the side of the home where the rotted wood was.
Okay, got it. Tell me again, how many days and how much daily fine?
30 days or $100 per day after.
Thank you. All right, with the received certified mail, I'll find proper notice based on the testimony and the photographs. I'll find the property remains in violation with the city code sections 18106 G and M and 18103B. Other code sections that were cited in the notice have complied. I'll allow an additional 30 days to bring the outstanding violations into compliance, and thereafter daily fines of $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 40, CE 2008031, 420 55th Street.
City of West Michigan Code Compliance, Robert Watkins. This property at 420 55th Street was cited on August the 28th. Certified mail was sent August the 28th. Certified mail was returned September the 4th. Property at City Hall was posted September the 4th. This property was cited for 18-106B, 74-34A-1-J, and 26-35-B. No violations have been complied with as of yet. City is requesting 6 days or 6 days or $50 per day after. And I have a repeat violation. It was the high grass 18-106B. It was adjudicated back on January the 10th, 2020, and it repeated on August the 27th.
But it came into compliance in between those two dates?
Yes, it did.
Okay, and when did you observe the repeat violation?
August the 27th.
And it remains in violation at this point?
Yes, sir.
How much time do you want to give them on the garbage can placement to cure that violation?
6 days, sir.
6?
Yes, because trash is coming up for tomorrow, and then it gives them till Tuesday.
Okay, that's fine. All right, I will find proper notice with the certified mail that was returned with the posting. Based on the testimony and the evidence, I will find property is in violation of 18106B, and that violation is a repeat violation based on the January adjudication. I will, based on the testimony that the repeat violation was first observed August 27th, I will assess daily fines of $100 per day beginning August 27th and continuing until compliance is achieved. On code section 7434A1J, I will allow an additional 6 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines. Do you have a recommendation on the daily fine amount for the garbage can placement?
$50.
$50. I'll accept that. $50 per day until compliance is achieved.
Matter number 41, CE 200700139 1329th Street.
Hi, good afternoon, Special Magistrate. Ray Lee, Young City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance. 913 29th Street was originally cited on 7/1/20 with the property and City Hall posted on 7/9/20. Certified mail was sent on 8/4/20. 913 29th Street was originally cited for 18103J, exterior paint required, and 18103B, roof repair. I have made contact with the owner who did request more time and is in the process of applying for permits. Special Magistrate, the permit must go through many departments, including historical. Therefore, the city is requesting an additional 60 days to come into compliance, or $150 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. I will find proper notice with the posting in the certified mail. Based on the photographs and the testimony, I'll find the property remains in violation as cited. I'll accept your recommendation for an additional 60 days to comply and thereafter daily fines of $150 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Matter number 42, case number CE 20080055911 34th Street.
Young City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance. 911 34th Street was originally cited on 8/6 of 20 with a certified mail posted at the property in City Hall on 8/12 of 20. Certified mail was sent on 8/10 of 20. Property was cited for 18162A rental license violation and 2232A COU required, and 78-1 obstruction of the city's right of way. I have made contact with the owner, and 78-1, the obstruction is complied. All other violations still remain. The owner did apply for the rental license and is just fees are pending to be paid. Therefore, the city is requesting an additional 30 days to come into compliance, or $200 per day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. I will find proper notice with certified mail in the posting. I will find the property remains in violation with 18162A and 2232A, but has complied with 78-1. I will accept the recommendation to allow an additional 30 days to bring the outstanding violations into compliance and $200 per day thereafter if compliance is not achieved.
Thank you.
Matter number 43, CE 20080097950 28th Street, excuse me.
Rayleigh Young City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance. 950 28th Street was originally cited on 8/10 of 20 with the notice of violation posted at the property in City Hall on 8/12 of 20. Certified mail sent on 8/11 of 20. Property was cited for 18106B, excessive growth, 78-1, the obstruction of city's right of way, and 18215B, failure to comply. I have made contact with the owner, but all violations still do exist. Special Magistrate, the overgrowth on this property presents a potential threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the community by being a possible haven for rats, vermin, pests, etc. Therefore, the city is requesting an additional 15 days to come into compliance or abatement.
Thank you. I'll find proper notice in this case with certified mail in the posting. I do find the property remains in violation as cited, and that excessive growth violation constitutes a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. I'll accept the recommendation to allow an additional 15 days to comply. Thereafter, the city is authorized to enter the property, abate the violation, and assess the costs.
Thank you.
Matter number 44, CE 200801548 33rd Street.
Rayleigh Young City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance, 815 33rd Street, originally cited on 8/12 of 20 with the property and City Hall posted with the notice of violation on 8/18 of 20. Certified mail was sent on 8/13 of 20. 815 33rd Street was originally cited for 18106B, excessive growth, and 18215B, failure to comply. I have made contact with the owner, but the violations still do exist. Special Magistrate, the overgrowth at 815 33rd Street also does pose a potential threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the community by being a possible haven for rats, vermin, etc. Therefore, the city is requesting an additional 15 days to come into compliance or abatement.
Is there a photograph on this one?
There should be.
Yeah, I see. Okay. I will find proper notice with certified mail and with posting. I will find property remains in violation as cited that the overgrowth violation constitutes threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. I will allow 15 days for compliance thereafter. The city is authorized to enter the property, abate the violation, and assess the costs.
Thank you.
Matter number 45, CE 2008015 1046 30th Court.
Rayleigh Young City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance. 1046 30th Court was originally cited on 8/12 of 20 with the notice of violation posted at the property in City Hall on 8/14 of 20. Certified mail was sent on 8/13 of 20. Property was cited for 18162A, 2232A, 18103J, 18106B, 18215B, 34102B, 78-1, 9471-C, and 94-487-B5 screening requirements. I have made contact with the owner who did request more time and did comply all violations with the exception of 18103J, 34102B, and 9471C. Therefore, the city is requesting an additional 30 days to come into compliance or $150 per day until compliance is achieved.
That's the outdoor storage. Inoperative vehicle. And an exterior paint. All right, I will find proper notice. I will find property has complied with all cited code sections except 18103J, 34102B, and 9471C still remain in violation. What did you say, 30 days?
30 days or 150 special magistrate.
I'll accept those recommendations, 30 days to comply the outstanding violations, thereafter 150 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you.
Matter number 46, CE 20080157811 32nd Street.
Raleigh City, West Palm Beach Code Compliance. 811 32nd Street was originally cited on 8/12 of 20, with the notice of violation posted at the property in City Hall on 8/14 of 20. Certified mail was sent on 8/13 of 20. This property was cited for 18106A, 18106K, and 18215B. I have not made contact with the owner, but the property did come into compliance with all violations, but not by the compliance date set forth by the city. The required date was 8/27 of 20. It came into compliance on 8/31 of 20. As well, Special Magistrate, this property has been cited 3 times in the last 12 months for the same violations. Therefore, the city is requesting a finding of fact.
I will find proper notice based on the testimony and the evidence. I will find the property was in violation, came into compliance, but not within the time frame set in the notice, and I will sign a finding of fact.
Thank you.
Matter number 47, CE 20070296945 Hanson Street.
Richard Pasmino, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on July 27th, 2020. Certified mail was sent July 28th and signed for received July 29th, 2020. This property was cited for 78-1, obstruction of the right-of-way. Vehicles were parked on the sidewalk. And 94-487-B-1, remove prohibited vehicles, commercial vehicles being parked and stored on the property. I have had no contact from any representative of the property. As of today, the property is still in violation of 94-487-B1. The city's recommending 10 additional days for this property to come into compliance, remove the commercial vehicles, or the city is asking for a $100 a day fine until compliance is achieved.
Is 78-1 still in violation?
No, that has been corrected.
Okay.
It's not been a problem.
I will find proper notice with certified mail. I will find, based on the photographs and the testimony, that the property remains in violation of City Code Section 94-487-B1, but is complied with 78-1. I will accept the recommendation for an additional 10 days to comply. Thereafter, daily fines of $100 per day.
Matter number 48, CE 20070297920 Hanson Street has complied. Matter number 49, CE 20070396904 Summit Boulevard has complied. Matter number 51, CE 200801374 4501 South Flagler Drive.
Richard Pasmino, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on August 11th, 2020. Certified mail was sent August 12th, 2020. In addition, the property and City Hall were posted August 20th, 2020. This property was cited for 18106A, clean and sanitary conditions, 18215B, failure to comply, and 18106B, excessive growth. I've had no contact with the property. And as of yesterday, the property is still overgrown. This is the second case this year. for the same issue. The city's recommending 3 days for the property to come into compliance, or we're asking for an order to abate the property.
That's what I was just saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I was gonna say.
Jason,
Yes, Kristen. Yes, Kristen.
I don't think you're muted.
Yeah, there's some background audio.
My apologies.
That's all right. All right, is there a health, safety, and welfare concern with this violation?
Yes, there is. There's recent pictures from yesterday. It's pretty overgrown again. It's a vacant lot, and it is a health safety issue.
Okay. I will find proper notice with the posting of the certified mail. I'll find the property remains in violation as cited, that the violations constitute a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. I'll allow 3 additional days for compliance, and thereafter the city is authorized to enter the property, abate the violation, and assess the cost.
Matter number 52, CE 2008013 1100 Southern Boulevard.
Richard Pasmino, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach.
That was when
Jason,
the last.
Sorry, something's going on with my system. I apologize.
This property was cited August 11th, 2020. Certified mail was sent August 12th and 13th to all the registered agents. The property was posted on August 20th, 2020. I've had no contact from anyone from the property. The property was cut and cleaned, but just in the front. The back of the property is still overgrown, and there is still trash and debris. The city's recommending 5 additional days for this property to come into compliance, or the city's asking for an order to abate the violations. This does constitute as a health safety issue. There's I believe there's homeless people storing their stuff in the bushes, and there was like some stray cats at one point.
Okay.
Living in the
I will
bushes.
I will find proper notice with certified mail and with posting. Based on the photographs and the testimony, I will find the property remains in violation as cited, and that those violations constitute a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. I'll accept the recommendation for an additional 5 days to comply. Thereafter, the city is authorized to enter the property, abate the violations, and assess the costs.
matter number 53, CE 2008017 4107 Virginia Terrace.
Richard Pasmino, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on August 13th, 2020. Certified mail was sent on August 14th, 2020. In addition, the property was posted August 20th, 2020. I met the owner at the property while posting the notice. I explained the violations and what needs to be done, and the property needs to be maintained. As of yesterday, there's been no changes to the property. This property was cited for overgrowth, clean and sanitary conditions, failure to comply the violations, and trees, hedges obstructing the right-of-way, overgrowth in the right-of-way. The city's recommending that 3 additional days shall be granted to correct the violations. If not, the city is asking for an order to abate the violations at the property.
I will find proper notice with the posting in the certified mail. I will find the property remains in violation as cited, and that the violations constitute a threat to the public health, safety, and welfare. I will accept the recommendation to allow an additional 3 days to comply. Thereafter, the city is authorized to enter the property and abate the violations and assess the costs.
Matter number 59, CE 20070463706 Sunset Road has complied. Matter number 61, CE 20080058730 Canoga Drive has complied.
Is that everything?
That is everything.
All right, thank you, everybody. It is 1:55 p.m. We've concluded our business today, so I will call this hearing adjourned.
See you next time.
See you next time.
That's it.